Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Blank, Josh, Nick.
Hi.
Look at that chair.
Look at that empty chair.
Look at that
so
chair.
Where is he?
empty. He's over there.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of yesterday when you had to do a whole segment from where Happer is.
Dude, this mic stopped working.
What?
It just straight up stopped
the cable,
in the middle of the show.
The yellow cable, remember how this was yellow? You were all yellow.
Now it's
I
a
do
red.
remember that.
Now
yeah.
it's red, GBR. Classic 1620 The Zone.
I'm glad it was fixed expeditiously.
Yeah, in the middle of the segment, I was over there, and Michael McDonald, a.k.a. John Nielsen, he wandered on in, and he fixed it. And then during the commercial, so this was great. So we were like, hey, he was like, let's test this. And so Nick didn't do the thing he was supposed to. He was like, well, then it's going to go out over the stream. I said, we got to do it. We have to.
It's a test.
It's a test. And so then,
but we're on live radio.
So then
I can see where the confusion
then what happens?
is.
So he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then he turns it off. And then what happens in the YouTube chat? Audio.
Audio.
And that's what I was trying to avoid. Was that specifically.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
You got to embrace it.
Yeah.
You have to embrace
It's
it.
gonna eat that one.
Yep.
Oh.
Audio.
Oh, something just happened. Now my headphones aren't working.
Oh
What?
yeah. Nick was telling me
That's weird.
We were talking earlier today. Nick's headphones they're in their dying days.
You want to try mine? See if it's the jack or the
I think it's the headphones.
Hello.
headphones.
Because they weren't
Hello.
they weren't working over there or wherever Nick was that I was talking to him.
Plug me in, Nick.
Husker Country writes the date is wrong
Hello.
on your
Nope, we're good
YouTube
now.
title.
We're good now.
Excuse me?
I'll fix it.
It is. It's not the 12th. It's the 13th.
It's the
famously.
13th. Oh, I can't
start a
fix
new
it.
I
broadcast.
typed that in wrong.
Yep, there we go. I'll fix it on YouTube. I can't fix it on Facebook, sadly.
Whoopsie poopsie. I'm sorry, everybody.
Facebook.
There we go. It's fixed, Nick. Well, not on
We have a lot of viewers on Facebook. People are watching us on Facebook.
Oh, we get
a couple thumbs up
Lot
in the
going
chat.
on
sometimes
Facebook?
we get a haha in the chat.
Zero.
Can I get a haha in the chat?
Zero Facebookers right
At the
now.
moment.
Yeah, at the moment.
Just wait though.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will comment after the live broadcast on the Facebook.
Oh, will they?
Sometimes.
Are you? Neither of you are on Facebook,
No.
correct?
No, I deactivated my account a while ago.
Yeah, same.
I had Messenger.
I'm still on there.
I had Messenger for a little bit
It's
just
cool.
to keep in contact with people.
I
'Cause
can see what Jimmy Allen's doing a lot.
Do you?
I mean, he's always putting stuff on Facebook. He's got like, I should send you guys these. Jimmy Allen does like hype speeches before the Husker games.
Oh, this could be a
Really?
new.
But not as a video. He puts it in words on Facebook.
Why doesn't he do a video? That'd be great content.
He's
should
already
do a
got it
video.
typed out.
You should,
Yeah.
you should do a video.
yeah,
Jimmy.
that'd be great.
If
Do
you're
a video
listening.
from your podcast room, Jimmy,
I've
of your
started-
hype speech.
I've started going and checking out the comment section on the Zone videos for the 25th anniversary.
What are they like?
Lots of compliments. And so then I respond
Many
to
people
these
have been supportive of this content.
Yeah, I said, thank you for checking it out. I just said it to somebody a few minutes ago. Thank you for watching.
We do greatly appreciate it.
Yeah,
We do.
seriously. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Especially
It's
the full
great.
videos.
It's been great to document these things.
It has. It's this week.
And I'm glad that people have enjoyed it.
Michael on Monday, Schick today. The Nick Bob podcast is already available. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Cool.
It's available if you want to hear it in audio form.
It's out.
It's not supposed to be, but I guess the website we use to schedule things is just doing whatever it wants to do.
Yeah, I was out walking my dog, and I was like, a little notification for my podcast app. I was like, oh, what's this at this time of day?
That was
It's Nick Bob.
specifically scheduled to air on Friday, and
Yeah.
I guess the website we use that I scheduled these things on just said nope.
It's a very good website.
It'll
Nick.
go today.
There it is.
Computers.
There it is. Celebrating 25 years. Nick Baugh. 1620 The Zone is celebrating 25 years of great local radio and mostly incredible sports takes. Josh sits down with local legend Nick Baugh to get the full story on how he got to the Zone, what happened during his time here, and when he eventually left. Twice. That's funny, Nick. Good
Good
job on
description.
the description. So there you go. If you want a little tease for Friday, listen and then watch. Listen and then watch.
There you
Man,
go.
that bugs me because I triple checked the date where I was going to sketch because that
Cat's
also
out of the bag.
that
Nick.
happened.
Can't
with the
take it
To
back.
be fair, Nick,
That
you
happened
did,
with the Schick thing
Did
too.
you rename? Yes, it did. It went up with when Michaels did on Monday.
Yes.
Did you accidentally put in the wrong date because you struggled with it for the YouTube title today?
No, because
Okay.
I did this a couple days ago. This
Maybe-
was when I knew dates.
Maybe the computer thinks you're in China.
It might.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know where
exactly.
this website's based out of.
Otson says Nick has knocked these out of the park, though. They're terrific. Great job, everyone. Yeah, good job, Nick.
Seriously.
Thank you to you guys. You did such a good job interviewing everybody.
By the way, before John talks, Stibbs writes, Nick, you can send your headphones into Audio Technica and they'll fix them a lot of times for free.
Oh, what's the a lot of times?
Oh, find out. Send them on in.
Or you can buy a pair of Sonys like Connor and I did and never have to fix them again.
To be fair,
They're feeling good.
I've had these headphones for like 6 or 7 years.
To be fair to Johnny,
In other words,
30s.
they're young.
Yeah.
20 years, baby.
Little baby headphones.
Hippie 1999 writes, how long has John been there?
The whole time.
I haven't been here the whole time.
No, he got in here a few minutes ago.
I had to finish up something in the pod and come in over here. And by the way, going back to what you were talking about when I first plugged in, so Jimmy is doing pep talks on Facebook.
Yes, let's go back to this topic.
Yeah. Circle back.
Should I?
This has the potential.
Well, I mean, I guess he puts them publicly.
It's publicly. Let's do this for all of the games. This is like the Husker Max game.
Hell yeah.
But Jimmy's Facebook comments.
Should we take turns? Should we like an audio play?
Well, then he'd have to pass his phone around.
Yeah, why not?
I wouldn't want to give my phone to anybody.
There's a lot of
Don't bogart the phone.
There's a lot of Facebook.
While we're reminiscing in 25 years in the past, folks, old-time listeners of this program will remember Vince's OU prediction show.
Oh my gosh, you should have talked about that with Kevin.
Where you had two goobs, two Oklahoma goobs who did it. I mean, this is back before TikTok. They would do a YouTube video where they'd do a 10-minute long, they'd recap the previous game.
Vince and Kevin's
Vince and OU's OU prediction show, and then they would predict. And of course, every time it was, I think we're gonna win like 53-7. Yeah, I think we got them this week. I think we'll beat Texas like
it's like Oppo, Evil Kent.
42-15.
And so Kevin would make a thing for it every week. It's time for Vince and Kevin's OU prediction show.
Yep.
And I think he sped up.
Gotta take the robot voice, make it really high.
Is that where
they
Purdue came from?
No. But they would.
Purdue,
and so Kevin and Michael would play back excerpts from this every week because
incredible.
It was really, really funny. I think their YouTube channel is no longer in existence. I looked this up a while ago and couldn't find it, but I think it was OU Vince or something like that.
It's still there.
Oh, is it?
They just don't do anything anymore.
Yeah, they haven't done anything for a while.
There they are.
Yeah.
Look
Kevin
at that.
and Vince,
Look
baby.
at that graphic.
I mean, they
you got to see these, man.
Kevin and Vince, baby. Those guys. I loved watching it.
107 subscribers for OU Vince. Their last video was 4 years ago. Oh man, it's been so long.
I'm guessing that one of them may have passed away.
We should reach out. Let's get them for the 25th.
But anyway, this
did one of you die?
Jimmy's pep talks it could be like a Nebraska
Jimmy
version.
is the Vincent.
Which
Kevin.
game would you like?
Should we go
Indiana? Should it be Indiana?
Well, there'll be a lot of scrolling. There'll be what day of the month was that? October what?
19th.
19th. Okay, we're not that far off. Just give me a couple seconds.
Not even a month ago. Even a month ago.
A couple seconds.
JD writes, didn't the boys in Oklahoma actually figure it out that 1620 was playing their stuff? Then they would actually shout out the show.
Oh, really?
Happen?
Oh, did they? I don't remember that.
I know that's worse if they become self-aware.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's worse, Vince and Kevin's OU prediction show becoming self-aware or Skynet? You decide.
All right, I found the Indiana prediction.
Perfect.
All right, hype speech. It's measuring stick time.
Well, that didn't go well.
A 6.5-point underdog on the road to a top 16 team. On paper, you are the better group.
Look at the camera.
But their barn is sold out today. Both teams getting a week of rest coming into this game. Who prepared better? We're going to find out at 11 o'clock. Bull eligibility is within your grasp. Go take it. Get up. It's game day.
Yikes. That has aged horribly.
None of those things were true.
No.
It kind of comes across as it's a cross between a pep talk and like one of Mitch Holthus's opens on the Chiefs broadcast.
That's what I was thinking too. It's a scene setter.
It's a scene setter. Yeah.
See, that's what we could do with this. We could take his words and we could make a flowery open.
Oh,
that we could air then on Monday to see how did the Jimmy Allen pep talk.
You could have Jimmy record it.
We could again. He has microphones. He puts out videos every day on Twitter.
Many
Jimmy,
videos.
if you record it, I will produce it. Okay.
Wow. What does
if
that
you
mean?
record it, I'll put music behind it.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
make it all. I'll make it pop.
Put on the 25th anniversary.
What do we think it said for
page?
the Ohio State game?
But are these done the day of?
Yes.
Looks like the morning of.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So it wouldn't do us any good on Friday.
John wants to know, does Jimmy not do video for his pep talks to avoid having people see his tinfoil hat?
Maybe.
Well, it's more so that they can actually be heard. If he did it on video, the Huskers are going to play a good ball game.
Indeed it was.
Is with the Ohio State one?
Indeed it was.
Yeah, let's hear the Ohio State one. Before,
Yes.
real quick, though, I want to play the Nick.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was.
Oh, I can't wait for the UCLA one.
Ah,
All right, Ohio State. It's not about how hard you get knocked down. It's about how many times you get back up.
Ain't never
Damn,
gonna
everyone
keep me
quoted
down.
Rocky that week. Mike, me, Severe, Jimmy. We all did.
handshake meme.
You are going to learn a lot about the moxie of this team. You had your pride taken from you a
Moxie.
week ago. Can you take it back from the number 4 team in the country? Can you keep up with a coaching staff with 2 head coaches and big-time recruits on the road? Can you bring your own energy on the road in an 11 a.m. game? We're going to find out in a half hour. Get up. It's game day.
Hey, you know what? Nebraska now has 2 head coaches on their roster.
That's right.
Oh.
Fight fire with fire.
There you go.
Mhm.
That
What
was
a-
definitely the hill that Nebraska had to climb
Can
that
we-
day.
Yep.
2 head coaches.
Can we do UCLA for funsies?
Yeah.
2 head coaches.
While you look for that, Jed writes, wasn't there a Miami Hurricane fan show like the OU show as well that you guys got a hold of when we played them about 10 years ago?
Cane shades.
Yeah, when we recorded one of those interviews before the show so we could all say curse words.
Yes.
John was like, you're allowed to say whatever you want.
Yeah, because we were never going to interview him live.
Yeah.
We were only going to record him.
'Cause
Old cane shades.
He had this drop that we would use a lot where he goes, he killed him. He killed the fat bastard. I don't remember what it was about, but we played it
See
all
if
the
you can
time.
find cane shades.
I
Yeah.
think it'd be funny to do.
He was a
big-
good dude.
I
He
think
was.
it'd
He
be-
was a good dude. He had
I
a
followed him on
good
Twitter for a
spirit
while.
about him. I wonder if cane shades probably got some takes.
Oh, he has got a lot of takes.
I didn't find anything from killed him in the segue.
Type in
Just
cane
type in
shades.
canes.
Yeah.
Canes.
Or just Kane.
Or Kane.
Kane.
Nope.
Oh.
Purged.
Another thing that died in the Neil Purge.
Not the purge.
I think it'd be funny if we got we did a Big Red overreaction, but a joint Big Red overreaction with the other team's post-game show.
Oh dear God.
I think that
would
could
be
be awesome.
That would be some interesting content. Remember, we did the joint interview that one time with Sipple when you worked in Lincoln.
Oh, yeah.
We did a joint interview.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, because he did his Sipple bit where he plays where he asks a question. Now, what do we think Sipple would have said, or whatever that thing goes?
yeah,
So we
yeah.
were just asking our own.
Why did
questions.
we do that? Why did we do
We
that?
were bored. I don't know. Who knows?
What happened? What were the mechanics of that?
That's a great question. I have no idea. Remember the other time we did the interview where you were talking to Sipple and we were talking to Baz in the same car on a Friday?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
Good time. That should be in the 25th anniversary celebration.
Yeah.
That was so weird. That was really funny, though.
That's back when I hated the Grum.
Yeah. You
Thought
were
it should be called the Graham.
Graham fam.
Yeah, the Graham.
Graham fan.
Because of the-
Grumbums.
because of the Grum bums.
That's really funny.
Our nemesis is the Graham fam. Oh, good times.
All right,
have you got
UCLA.
Indeed it was.
0-7 in your last shots to claim bowl eligibility. Today, you get a first-year head coach who's traveling 1,496 miles and only 2 wins under his belt.
Mm.
This is the gotta get to 6 game. You have to find out which team you are. The team from 2 weeks ago or the team that has Ohio State on the ropes. You need to get up early and keep your foot on the pedal. Get up. It's game day.
I love that.
I love that these all finish with "Get up, it's game
Get
day."
up. It's game day.
That's fun.
It's a hype speech, scene setter.
I love it.
All of which have not aged well.
I'm sure the UTEP one was solid.
Yeah, you and I was probably pretty good.
It's been too much scrolling.
Do we know if does Stibb still have a folder?
It's in my folder.
It's in your folder.
It's also
He
in,
lives inside. Of
It's also
John.
in the zone folder.
Nice.
There's
yeah,
many places where it is.
I copied his folder into my folder. I was like, just in case.
I think I might have it in my
Just-
folder.
Nobody
too.
touches
What did
this.
you label it?
I think it's just Stibbs or M Stibbs is what it's called. Isn't it?
It's not there.
Is there a Stibbs?
I got it. I got it. What am I looking for?
Somebody found it.
I'm
and
literally in it right
All
now.
right.
removed it
Well, I
from
was
your
just seeing.
folder.
I was just seeing if we had We had cane shades in there. I was just curious.
All right, I'm searching, but there's a billion things in Stibbs' folder, so it'll take a minute.
He was quite the production man.
He was.
A man of production.
Produce.
That's why we call him Mr. Vegetable.
Stibbs?
Yeah.
Mr.
Mr. Vegetable.
Mr.
So we call Al Michaels, too.
He loves vegetables.
Mr. Vegetable.
Remember when they were in LA for the Vikings game a few weeks ago, and they were like, "Hey, look at this place.
Show
He's
this
had
steak.
4,000 meals."
He's such a liar.
He is.
He's
There's no
such a
way
liar.
he's never had a vegetable.
I've never had a vegetable.
I do not believe this at all.
Also, if you're an adult and you don't eat vegetables and that's your shtick, grow the hell up.
Well,
That's
he's-
great.
Eat
Great
a
take.
freaking vegetable.
Great take.
Ian tweets in,
Vegetables are awesome.
you know, Jimmy is driving in his car, mouthing along with Connor as he reads these. Get up.
I wonder if Jimmy has these memorized.
It's game day.
Jimmy did. We mentioned him earlier because somebody mentioned that there was a Jimmy conspiracy theory, and apparently he got the bat signal. And
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't tweeted at us, honestly.
yeah, I know.
I'm not finding anything with the canes in Stibbs' folder.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? That might have actually been before the server melted at one point in time.
Oh, that's right.
So, like, all of my early producer stuff is gone. So there is a lot of stuff from, like, you know, the John and Michael era that is just nowhere anyway.
It's like the Library of Alexandria.
Exactly. It burned. It's no longer here. It's very sad.
It's history just down the drain.
I should have done what Shane
Yeah.
did. Shane just moved everything to his hard drive every day. I should have done that. But, you know, it's not how I rolled. Very sad.
No, we didn't.
So we don't have the first ever John and Michael show.
Sad.
It sucks. I could find their reaction to the Bo Pelini audio tape. You know,
Oh my god.
I might still have
Yeah,
it on
you
my.
just highlight various.
It might be on my
days.
iTunes on one of my old computers. I will search that tonight
Ooh.
because I remember keeping that because I was like, "This is so incredible."
If you find it, email it to me.
yeah,
There's
put it in the 25th.
Yeah, because after all the interviews are done on the podcast, I'm going to start putting other classic,
Awesome.
legendary things in there.
I think Michael began
And then
by
all of this will live until our website explodes
Yes.
at some point.
Perfect.
It'll all be gone.
Michael said something like,
right on the front page.
"Where were you when the world ended?" I think that's how Michael began the segment, and he's like, "I'm going to always remember where I was when the world ended," and there it was.
Michael, where were
That's
you?
a great.
DJ's dugout.
Now that's a scene setter.
Wake
Yeah.
up. It's game day.
It's game day.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember what I said.
Yeah, neither do I.
I
Indeed,
don't
it
think I
was.
really had much of a take.
I was.
I didn't have a microphone in front of my face.
I didn't know anything about it.
I was recording it so I could edit out all the F words. That's what I was doing because we played it on the show that day. But I had to edit out all the F words.
What year was this?
2013. Well, it happened in 11, but it came out in 13.
That's right.
I was playing Skyrim or Call of Duty.
Or Legos.
No,
That
I
was
took a
just
break from
January
Legos
6th.
when I was 13.
I was in college.
Nice.
Being a college
Oh,
guy.
look who's in the Facebook. The one Facebook person.
Mike Thompson,
Oh!
buddy. Oh, man. Mike
What'd he say?
Thompson.
He's like, thanks for the memories. Big Fall Out Boy fan.
Thanks for the memories.
Even though they weren't so good. Tastes like sweeter. Wow. John, how's it feel to be on the outside, you goober?
Nice.
Come on, John. You know Fall Out Boy. You love Fall Out Boy.
They have to
Is
play
that what
Fall Out Boy.
that was?
Creighton.
Yeah.
Yes, it's called Thanks for the memories.
Yeah.
It lacks vowels.
They
Yeah.
did that on purpose because the record
Their whole bit
rep,
was naming songs in very fun and long ways,
'Cause-
or in that case, no vowels.
because their record rep complained to them about it, and then they're like, "Okay, we'll just make it shorter." And
Classic
then that's how they made
music.
it shorter.
Classic music.
Seriously.
Otson has chimed in. Someone convinced me Josh leaked the tape.
Wow, you were the weasel tipster?
Wow,
I can confirm that I did not leak the tape. I had heard it, but I did not leak it.
you had seen it
Wow.
and you had
Yes.
heard about
I
it.
had seen it and heard about it. I did not leak it.
Yeah, there were a lot of people being
So,
accused of that.
There were.
I have a theory that it is just some fan. I don't think it was a media member. That's always been my theory.
You've
Yeah,
told
yeah,
us.
I totally agree. Because
no.
because
it was shared around.
because it was like
Indeed it
it was like
was.
one of those things that was allowed to live in anonymity in call it the dark web,
Mm-hmm.
and
People had access to it. They shared it with
was
other
out there.
people.
and no one ever
How come no one pulled the trigger?
posted it. And I think what happened was, like you said, it eventually just finally found its way to the right person who knew the right
My
person
opinion,
at
Angry Booster.
Deadspin.
So my theory, Nick, on why no one ever did. So I was, 2013. I was 25.
Mhm.
I was never going to. I was too early in my career.
There wasn't that many places to put it.
But I always,
either.
that's true. And I always thought it would be traced back to I didn't want to get the person who gave it to me in trouble, and
Right.
then the person who gave it to me would have gotten the person who I didn't want to get anyone in trouble.
Oh,
You
there
want to be
been-
connected.
There would have been a paper trail. Now, if it happened today and I had access to it today,
Put it on Live Leak with a VPN.
I would probably post it.
Yeah.
If I had access to it
Poll
today.
question: would
Yeah.
you leak the
Well,
Bo tape?
I don't know if I've ever told the story on the air. John will remember. So later that year, the next year, a second audio tape.
Has hit the building?
Well, that was after Bo got fired.
So Bo gets fired.
He called the athletic.
Now
director
here's the
C
thing, Nick.
word.
In that a lot.
Oh.
He also said somebody couldn't manage a McDonald's. I
But
think.
not the
Yeah,
that
Australian
was
way,
it.
right?
Yeah.
I believe that's how it started. That
Yeah.
guy could freaking bit it.
Yeah. He called him the C word a lot. So anyway, a lot of people in the media knew about this
Mhm.
because the whole transcript was posted on a message board.
Yeah.
Of course
The
it was.
whole thing. So everyone is chasing this story, including me. I thought that I was going to get the audio tape. We had talked with our boss. We had gotten permission we had gotten all the legal stuff figured out.
Mhm.
And Dirk beat me to it. Yeah. I thought I was going to get it. I thought I was going to get it. And the person was like, sorry.
Did you ever forgive Dirk for that?
Yeah, I like Dirk.
Yeah.
But we were
Well, I
trying.
mean, there's
we were going to
nothing
upload
there's
it to the
nothing-
Zone website.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
nothing to forgive him about. I mean, he
He beat me to the story.
just beat him to the
Yeah.
story.
That would have blown up our website.
It would have.
So thank you for not getting it, Josh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Imagine that on the front page.
Yeah.
Because I think the World Herald
He would
posted
have
it
to
to
have a link.
to SoundCloud, and it had, so many views or listens rather, so many
Yeah.
plays, thousands and
Oh,
Somebody's
yeah.
ear
Oh, yeah.
views.
yeah. Because that audio tape was like 15 minutes. It was long.
Yeah, because it was basically his goodbye speech to the team. You know, they got it. They got permission to use.
It's at
Lincoln
North
North
Star's auditorium. Yeah.
And didn't somebody get bent out of shape because it's like, why are they allowed to
Why
use
the-
public
why
school property or
Oh
something?
yeah, there was that one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, this whole big controversy happened, and I'm just at home playing Mass Effect through it all.
Oh man, things used to be a little nuts around here, man.
Oh, I've
It's-
heard.
it's not that really
all
that
the
way
all the
anymore.
25th anniversary interviews, I'm just like, man, I'm just kind of at the tail end of here. Like, the apocalypse happened, the post-apocalypse happened, and I'm here for the rebuild.
Yeah, we need more crazy stuff.
We need more.
Star
things
Fiend
to
says the
happen.
rumor
We
was
just hired an offensive coordinator. Hadn't been
that was
here.
crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, but nobody knew about it.
Yeah, the craziest
Oh,
thing.
I know.
Nobody knew about it. There was no rumors. It was just like, yeah, but that guy's fired. We're bringing this guy in.
The,
So
crazy,
what?
the
Rumor
craziest
has
thing
it.
that I think has happened, at least in my era, is Michael's video.
That was
That's the
funny.
craziest thing.
Have you seen Michael's video?
I have seen Michael's video.
That was
I guess
fun.
that could have been a similar thing, but I guess that was mostly hearsay, all the
should have
rumors and
asked him
stuff.
about the video in the 25th anniversary
should have.
conversation. I guess he wasn't working here anymore. Star Wars Fiend says the rumor was a reporter at the World Herald leaked it.
Again, there's a rumor for everything.
Oh yeah,
I've never heard that rumor before.
I mean,
See,
That's
but
the
why
fun
wouldn't they
part
just
about
post it
rumors.
on their own? Why wouldn't they just post it themselves?
They were scared. They didn't want it to get traced back.
at this point, I would expect someone to say, "Yeah, someone in the Obama administration leaked it."
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, again, I think it eventually got into the right person's hands, who knew the right person,
Yep.
who knew the right person
In-
at Deadspin.
a friend of a media member.
In
posted
hindsight,
it.
you could have probably gotten away with posting it on YouTube, and there would have been no way to trace that.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
especially if it was a thing that was well known in the media, they would have had too many people where it
Look
could
at how
have
many
been the
burner
leaker.
YouTube accounts are on our thing every day.
True.
Oh man, good call, Nick. That's what I should have. I should have set up a burner YouTube account.
2014
posted there.
YouTube would have allowed it
Definitely,
because that was when it was still mostly gaming videos and
yeah.
stuff too. It
Could
would
have
have
just had
gotten
a
buried.
screenshot of Bo Pelini and the audio tape, and then Chris Anderson's face could show up for a second when she popped into the video, and then she
Yeah.
leaves again. Actually, a lot of the fans came back, and then she leaves.
The transcript, the full transcript, still lives somewhere, right? Do we?
Of which one? The second one or the first one?
Well, the second one would be very long.
Yeah,
The first one,
the first one.
because that was pretty short, right?
I mean, the original story is still on.
Yeah.
I'm sure in the Deadspin.
So, yeah,
archive.
did they publish the whole thing?
They
the
did.
whole transcript.
Yeah,
I think
so
so.
they wow, there are so many Bo Pelini Deadspin stories. So funny. There is one of the stories. Let me see if it's this one. Yeah, it's okay. So the second one, how we acquired that Bo Pelini audio recording, has the transcript.
And that's on the second tape or the first tape, or
That was the first. It's
the first tape, second story.
yeah,
Okay.
first tape. Yeah, second story. Yeah, because they have a back and forth with the person and it quotes in here Sipple because he says one hacky columnist, Stephen M. Sipple of the Lincoln Journal-Star, referred to our source as a weasel tipster, a low-down tipster, and a degenerate tipster, all within the first 4 paragraphs of the story. The column also wrongly suggests that our source perhaps made a nice chunk of cash by selling the audio tape to us. We did not buy the audio. Since everyone seemed so interested, we decided we would publish our full exchange with him or her. So then they posted like all of the stuff. And then eventually they follow up like, hey, are you Tom Osborne? And the person's like, no, I'm not Tom Osborne.
Incredible.
And NRG Media shows up in the second story.
That's us.
Yep. The second source also said he first heard about it from someone who had talked to someone within NRG Media. Because I think our boss at the time was like, don't have this audio on our servers. And I was like, but I just recorded off of Deadspin. He's like, delete it. Everyone was freaking out.
Burn it. Burn it.
Oh, good times. What a time, man.
Gosh.
What a time.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone.
Odson, he called the tipster those names so no one would suspect him. Genius move.
It is.
Wake
if
up,
you
it's game day.
What if it comes out that
The Weasel
Sipple
tipster.
was the Weasel tipster this whole time?
That would be an all-timer.
The Weasel Sipple.
That
How
would
soon?
be-
How long before somebody takes responsibility?
Oh, like Deep Throat?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
Will
people
it
are too
happen?
You're
scared.
out there, and this was you. You should admit it now. It's been long
It's
enough.
time.
Yeah, come out.
I mean, I know the Bo sycophants would probably still get mad, but who cares? It's so long ago now.
But do it in June.
nice.
after
please.
the College World Series.
After the College
Thank
World
you.
Series.
Yes.
I'll
We
even
need to
settle
focus
for
on that.
July. I'll even settle for
If we have to do another show the day after or the day before the 4th of July, do it then.
Yeah, the 4th of July this year will be on a, what was it last
Wednesday?
year?
I think it's a Thursday this year.
I thought it was a Thursday this last year. I thought it was a
Because we
Thursday
were
this year. Yeah,
complaining
because we had to
about
work Friday.
Friday.
It'll be a
Yeah.
Friday next year.
Oh.
Nice.
So yeah, I
Oh,
took
well
that off.
then-
I wasn't here.
Well, then let's wait a couple more years to when
Unreal.
it's in the middle of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it a couple more years.
Okay, that works.
Yeah. Preferably the day
Because
after.
we would. That would be a good week.
That would be a good week.
That would be a good week.
Or would it? I mean,
Yeah, but then maybe there would be a whole bunch of people that'd be like, "I'm the Weasel tipster," and they would all
Like Spartacus?
take-
oh, yeah. I'm
I'm
Spartacus.
Spartacus.
I'm Spartacus.
I'm Spartacus.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I just got a message from somebody that says, I'm not going to say who they also say knows who the Weasel tipster is, but it is someone who we all know says this person knows who the Weasel tipster is.
Maybe you should dig into it. Just personally, just
Yeah.
dig into it. Just see.
I don't know.
Think that person knows or just has a guess?
I
Would
think,
it be a good guess?
I think everybody
Mike?
just has a guess.
Yeah. I wish I could give a name. I have no idea on a name. I just think it's some random person.
I was never given a name.
Again,
Random person.
You got
What
to
if it was
remember
Steve
this
Peterson?
was
Nah.
this was 2 years after it was recorded. It was 2 years after it was recorded.
Correct.
So it had plenty of time to spread to the wind
The more fun
and
question
eventually
is,
end up in somebody's hands that maybe most people here in this audience don't even know.
Probably.
the fun question is how many people had access to the audio by the time Deadspin got it? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
2 dozen? 3 dozen?
Oh, probably it's more than that.
It's
100
gotta be
people?
more than
You think 100
that.
people had access to the actual file? Not had heard it, but had access to the actual
Yeah.
file.
Yeah.
I heard a story from one of my
'Cause
friends who was like, yeah, I was at a tailgate and somebody played it on
Wow.
their phone.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
And then once they do that, it's like, oh, can I have a copy of that? Oh, can I have a? And then it's like, ding, ding,
Exactly.
ding, 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 and then
That's-
it just.
That's probably what happened.
Mike says it was Dry Husker Frog,
Oh, the fake guy?
the guy who pretended to die.
Yeah.
I
Remember
don't
that,
know
John?
this story.
You don't know that
What?
story? Go check out 3
I
Beers
got
Later.
a podcast for you, Nick.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Actually, I don't. It's probably gone. We
No,
sold
remember?
it.
I
We sold it to AI for
No, it's all back.
$4,000.
They're all back though
Oh.
because you sold it to AI. That was great.
Big AI has it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's available.
Yeah.
That
No.
is a wild story.
That
What
was a
happens if you
stupid
ask
story.
AI to replicate the Bo audio tape?
Nick?
Oh my God.
AI,
Let's see.
could you replicate the Bo
See,
Pelini
I
audio tape?
I don't use Chat GPT. Probably could do it, but I've used Bing and Bing only, so I don't know if it has that capability.
Well, I mean, Bing knows what the Bo audio tape is because it's a search engine.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
It knows.
Yeah, of course.
And can we get, if we remember Gladys,
Oh, no.
our computer love interest from the Frost versus
Oh,
the
I could
World
get
tournament,
Gladys to do it.
and
Yeah.
then Gladys to read the Bo audio tape? That'd be fun.
That would be fun.
John writes, it was me. Feels good to get it off my chest. There you go. Finally, we have an answer.
I'm Spartacus.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm Spartacus. No, I'm Spartacus.
What year?
Did the audio tape happen?
2013.
2013, it was released.
All right. Let's see what co-pilot has to say. I'm sorry, but I can't provide the full transcript of the Bo Pelini audio tape.
Oh.
But it gives a summary.
Oh,
really?
This is good.
Does it?
Let me know if this is accurate.
Okay.
In the audio, Bo Pelini was the head coach of Nebraska Cornhuskers at the time, was recorded making profane comments about Nebraska fans in the media.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The recording was made after a game in 2011, but was not released until 2013.
That's right.
Pelini expressed frustration and used strong language to criticize the fan base and certain media members.
That's right.
That's all it's got.
Nailed it. I mean, that is a
very good synopsis.
Yeah, really, it's succinct to the point.
But how do they? I mean, the transcript is literally on the web. I mean, can't they just?
That's where it gets it.
So
right?
in the Deadspin story, the transcript
It got it from Deadspin and Wikipedia because it cites its sources.
So the transcript is a screenshot. It's not like
Oh,
it's
it's
hard
not in
to
text.
summarize that. Yeah. So that'd be my guess
Let's
as
see
to
if
why.
Wikipedia has anything.
Mhm.
I'll go down to the sources.
Well, somebody should actually publish it in text form. That way, AI can describe it.
And could we get it written in like the flowery English and put it in a leather-bound book?
Oh, great idea. Nick, let's put the transcript on Canva
Oh,
with a zone logo.
yeah. It only links to Deadspin on the Wikipedia.
We should. Just
What do you got
side.
for us?
I mean, we've talked a lot about side projects, T-shirts,
Sure,
stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
this.
mhm.
Why don't we make posters with the entire transcript of the Bo audio tape on it?
Kind of like how people have the Declaration of Independence.
In a scroll, if you will.
Wikipedia
yes.
does have a slight transcript from the audio.
Mhm.
Our crowd, what a bunch of effing fair weather effing. They can all kiss my A out
The second F was fans.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of fair weather bleeping fans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well,
Keep
okay.
going.
Wikipedia was wrong.
Yeah.
They can all kiss my A out the effing door because the day is effing coming now. We'll see what they can do when I'm effing gone.
Absolutely
I'm so
nailed it.
effing pissed off.
100%.
Mm.
100%. I was one of the people that Bo was yelling at that night. I left that game early.
Oh, did you?
Wow.
Oh, sad.
I don't blame you.
It was raining.
Yeah, I was.
I was triggered. Nebraska was getting their butts kicked again. And I'm like, I'm in the 90th row. I'm going to go eat a Qdoba burrito and go sit on my couch. And I did.
And then you got yelled at.
And then I got yelled at, but I didn't know it until 2 years later.
I just remember
But Nebraska won,
yeah,
which makes this whole thing
10
10 times funnier.
One of the great
Yeah.
comebacks in program history, and it led to that.
It did.
Amazing.
I'm so bleeping mad right now. We just came back and scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and beat Ohio State.
God.
I'm so bleeping mad right now. That was his answer. Amazing.
So fun.
Josh, you're on the deep web. What's going on?
I'm trying to find something right now, and I'm struggling to. So I'm trying to make this fun graphic idea, and so I'm looking for something buried in my emails. But
And on Canva?
Anything. I was going to do it on Canva.
Nice. John, you should look into Canva.
It's a very fast and efficient way to do things, John.
You guys knock yourselves out on the old Canva. I'm good. You're good.
PowerPoint.
I like PowerPoint. It's fun.
You do what you do, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
It's easy.
How's the Grum down today? Is it yellow or whatever? Yeah,
It was blue yesterday.
The Grum down. It looks.
And then I said, I have it. And he goes, no, I need PowerPoint. And I go, oh, I have it on PowerPoint. And he goes, no. He sent it to me.
Well, no, I didn't think it translated from the Apple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought it was an Apple program.
Nope, it's PowerPoint.
Like the original PowerPoint.
By the way, many people are commenting, how did we ignore Nick uses Bing and Bing only?
For the AI, the Copilot. I only use Bing AI. I use Google for everything else.
Oh, okay.
It's just the Microsoft Copilot.
Why don't you use Google AI?
Because it's bad.
Really?
Yes. Have you seen the
What
AI
would it
search
say
results?
to Bo Pelini?
No, let's see.
I've never used any AI for really anything.
I don't even know how to get to Google's AI. I don't know what Google's AI is. Bing just makes it very accessible.
Okay,
Oh.
cool. That's your answer.
Oh, there's Google AI. It heard me. Cool. All right, let's see what it can do. Never mind. I can't just do it in the browser. So we're not doing that.
That's cool.
All right.
All righty. Well, there you go.
All right.
Awesome.
We'll see you tonight.
We'll see you tonight.
Bye,
Another
Happer.
8:00 game.
A lot of fun. San Diego, the Big East.
That's true.
We love it. We love it.
Well,
We love it.
Actually, we're the Seattle of the Big East today because it's raining and gloomy.
It's raining again.
That's true. It never rains in San Diego.
My poor dog last night. It
Raining
thundered.
Oh, yeah,
last
it was
night.
going pretty good.
We had thunderstorms last night in Lincoln. Not bad ones, but of course, to a dog.
I was more confused because I just didn't see it. I didn't see it coming.
Well, so I took Wrigley outside to do her business before we went to bed. And I had my phone in my hand. And I saw a flash of light. And I looked down and the screen was still lit. So I just thought it was that. But then it happened again.
Am I dead?
And then I heard the rumble of thunder. It's like, what?
Thunder.
What the?
It happened.
I didn't know it was supposed to do
Because
that.
I drove home from Lincoln and I got home at 10 and there was no flashes or anything like that beforehand. Then I sit down on my couch downstairs and boom, boom, boom. Rain. It's all right.
Yeah. We need the rain, am I right? By the way, this is a tease for you and all the people. Coming up today in What's for Dinner. Yes, there's actual good content today we're going to have in What's for Dinner.
Yep.
And it may impact the crossover on Friday.
Interesting.
So
That's a nice tease.
This is a very nice tease.
You're
excited.
preemptively bringing a tomato for Josh to eat because you don't think Nebraska's going to make a bowl game?
no.
No, Happer.
No,
It's not that.
It's not that.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by this. I
Yes.
can't wait to
I
find
am
out
too.
what
I'm
it is
very
live at the end of today's
Yes,
show.
live at the end of today's show. What's for Dinner? Last segment of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Something. I've got a story that I think could impact the crossover this week.
Perfect.
By the way, if we were to post the transcript,
Yeah.
we probably wouldn't want the zone logo on it, right, Nick? 'Cause
Probably
there's a lot
not.
of F words and stuff on there.
I probably wouldn't.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, you found
Look
it?
at the fun Canva graphic.
Can we put something, you know how if you do the, like if people get the Declaration of Independence, it might have like the American flag motif in the background.
You
There
like
you
that
go.
idea?
Can
Okay.
we have a motif of Bo swinging the hat with the spittle flying out? Can that work behind you?
Yes.
Absolutely. You
You
can
put-
do that on Canva, John.
I can do that on PowerPoint
very
too.
easy.
I can do that on PowerPoint.
Can you put
too.
Dan Beebe on there? Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe he wasn't mad at Dan Beebe at that
No,
point,
it's
but
There's
Yeah.
like this one.
Yeah, that's the best one.
All right, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Incredible. We're
Okay.
doing this.
Not
All right.
not that one. Yeah, because the hat's not there yet. Trying to find one where
You're going
it's
to put
just-
that on no context 1620? Where are you going to put that?
I don't know. So we got to figure out. So we don't want the zone graphic on. Okay, never mind. This is a really high quality photo. Perfect. So we don't want the zone logo on there. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Can we put the Grum logo on there?
I mean, that's the same thing as the zone logo,
I
kind
know,
of.
I know.
I can put my own logo, the Josh Peterson logo.
You have the JP logo.
Oh, what are you, Patrick Mahomes?
Put the basketball
Yeah.
on there.
Hey, look at my personal
Brasky
logo.
ball.
Yeah, put
Can't-
Brasky on
I
can't
there.
do love
juice.
Brasky ball.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't though.
Yeah.
just
but I just-
don't put any logos on.
Brasky
Yeah.
ball's cute.
Yeah, just
Okay.
have that.
Okay. And I got to figure out the
Yeah,
like.
but I don't want people to make this into a poster and then
Yeah, like that, and then I'll mess with the font.
Yeah, you got it. Well, yeah, and you got to do the shading.
Make sure to put outlines on there.
yeah,
Nice.
Nick likes the outlines.
Yeah,
Nick
he
loves
loves
outlines.
All right. That's Crossover presented by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Back with the Grum next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, how about this email from Money Chris? Can we all now admit Bo was right? How F this program would be as soon as he's gone? I mean, we only have had 1 9-4 season since he left.
Good Lord.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What a productive break.
It was. Go to No Context 1620 The Zone right now.
Right now.
In case you want to make posters or T-shirts. Or
Yeah, exactly.
It's just and it's a compliment. Don't worry, Matt Rule. It's a compliment that you don't have anything like this.
That's true.
That there are no leaks in your organization.
Unless it hasn't leaked yet.
Oh.
I don't know anything. I'm just making a statement.
Oh. Welcome to the Grum, everyone, on this rainy Wednesday. It's brought to you by the referees at Johnny Gets Weather Guard. The Grum down. There it is. It's back in all its glory.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at the little bullet points are now zone logos.
Oh, that's a choice.
Only PowerPoint, baby. Only
we could do
PowerPoint.
that in Canva. And it would.
Yeah, but it looks better here.
But I wouldn't do it in Canva.
Are
Why?
you saying you don't like the look of the Grum
I like
down, Nick?
it.
It is an artistic choice, and I think John
Okay,
is
you
expressing
use
himself.
outlines on way too many things.
I've gone back.
Hey, you
on
know
the
what?
outline.
I will say this. Shout out to Nick. He made his best ever thumbnail this week, and everyone needs to go watch the video. The thumbnail that he did for Team of Destiny is very, very good. That is a very good little thumbnail.
Do that in PowerPoint, John.
Shout out to Nick for that. I really like. I sent him a text last night. I said, "Good job."
And I said, thank you. I'm proud of it.
I virtually patted him on his tiny little head.
I mean, it's okay.
Wow, I think it's great.
I mean,
That's the best thumbnail on the website right now.
I mean, it's no
Nick.
Return of the
Thank you.
Jedi poster, but
Well, very few things are, John.
Yeah, John, that's hard to do.
Very few things are.
referees Grum down. Matt going for history tonight. Is the CFP going to encourage weaker scheduling? Oh, are there takes?
Dude, everyone's freaking out about
People
the
are-
playoff.
People are mad.
Everyone is freaking out.
It's like it's what they wanted all along. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 will join us in just a few.
Nice.
We'll also be joined later in the Grum by Bruce Rasmussen, the man who hired both Dana Altman and Greg McDermott,
Nice get.
and who is really kind of majorly responsible for the 654 wins between the two coaches.
Crazy.
That's math.
It is indeed
It's
math.
math.
Good job.
We got fired up for football.
Woo!
Outed.
Oh.
Ohio State and Michigan soft-ass TV deal.
Sad.
The rumors are confirmed. This is like the audio tape part 2.
Yep, it is.
We all knew it was happening, but we needed the confirmation that it was real. Oh, it's real, and it is not spectacular.
Correct. Good take, John. Very good take.
And it's Dumb Debates Day.
Awesome. I
Use
just got
the
an
hashtag
email.
Dumb Debates.
Just got a Dumb Debates email that we will get to later on the Grum. Later on the Grum.
Did you while we're complimenting each other on our use of graphics and memes and things, did you like the meme I used today for Dumb Debates?
I thought it was okay.
It was a pretty good meme. A little dated, but good.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
it's
a
a week ago. Yeah, it's a long time. We're looking forward now.
Well, we are.
Yeah.
By the way,
I'm proud that you know how to do it, though.
the
Where did
debate-
you do that?
Well,
Meme generator.
There's a meme generator.
I didn't know that you knew about the website. I was like, wow, how did John know about that?
All you
How
have to
does
do
John
is,
know about
all you have
know
to do
your
is
meme?
type in boy
Meme?
or whatever I don't remember how I
Boyfriend
typed
looks
it
at
in.
other girl.
Yeah,
That's what
boyfriend looks at other girl meme generator. Boom, right
You know,
there.
Pops
if you had
up.
Canva, you don't even need to generate. You can just make it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but this was easier because all I had to do is it already had everything for
It
me.
does have the font. It's very nice.
Yes.
Clean. It's very clean. Yeah. Thank you, meme generator.
Speaking of memes, did you see that the name of that new unofficial government branch is Doge?
I did, yeah.
That's great.
Is it?
It's awesome.
Is it?
No.
Okay.
It's horrible.
Interesting.
Well, it's coming for you.
Yep. Indeed it is. Indeed it does.
402-951-1620, 42 degrees, the source hotline by your mom's house.
Oh, yeah.
The Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally, answer the phone on the first ring, or JTech Construction's own Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates if you are submitting a dumb debate.
Awesome.
And there's other things I didn't even get a chance to fit into the Grum down.
Like what? What
Well,
other stuff are we going to discuss today?
I'm sure Dana Holgorsen's name's going to come up again.
Dana? Did you read Sam McEwen's story today? That thing was good. That was really, really good. I put some graphics in here that I made on Canva.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sam made those whoever's working for Sam made those graphics.
Do you think for
True.
Christmas?
But I added the courtesy of HuskerExtra.com onto the graphic.
Wow.
I wanted to give them courtesy. Don't want to just post them on there without the little yellow.
I understand.
You were all yellow.
We should get
here's
John
a little
Canva
preview
for
of it.
Christmas.
Look at that chart from HuskerExtra.com. There we go. We'll talk about that later. Spoiler alert.
That's nice.
Yep, indeed.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah, we could give you a Canva subscription, John.
Yeah, John.
It's free,
would you use
John.
it then?
It's free, though I have a paid one now.
The paid one is nice.
Oh, it's so many more things on there.
All those thumbnails that I make, paid.
Paid, baby, paid.
You know what's free?
Oh, here we go.
PowerPoint.
Nice.
I don't know
Free
if it
as
is.
a bird.
It's not anymore.
You
It's
have to
not-
pay for PowerPoint.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
John doesn't because he gets a handout
It's
from his
John's
company.
Direct TV Sunday ticket.
Yeah.
It's on the damn computer.
No,
It came with the damn computer.
Yeah, which you get from your work. If you had your own
From my
computer.
employer. It's work. It's a work equipment.
Interesting.
I use this for work
Interesting.
to create things like
Like what?
the Grum down
Brought to you by the Roofery's John Higgins Weather Guard.
and this chart and that chart. Oh, and there's the top 25 that we'll get to a little bit later
Let's
on.
get to
You're
that.
just
all of
later
those
on.
things.
Spoiling things.
Yeah, that's a lot of spoilers.
There's a lot of things.
I'll say
on there.
this because we had to go to break so we can talk to Chafe. I am just continually stunned at how angry everybody wants to get over a playoff ranking on November the 13th. Don't they know there are still 3 regular season weeks left plus conference championship weekend? Get mad then.
Josh,
Don't you have to get mad now?
don't you know
How the content
this
game
is
works?
college football tradition.
They are coming
We've
for the
been
SEC.
getting mad over rankings for decades.
Yeah.
Kevin and I once did a radio show once when there was a big debate between Nebraska, Penn State, and Alabama. Who should be number 1? We did that in October.
Of 94, Alabama was undefeated in October of 1994.
Before Nick Saban?
Or was that 93?
94.
Let's see, 94.
Who was the coach?
That would have been Gene Stallings. Wow, they went 12-1 that year.
Yeah.
John, they lost in the SEC championship game. Where they weren't better than Penn State or Nebraska, right?
Yeah, but again, we were doing this in October.
That's because
and we had Eli on, our old friend Eli Gold.
On your college radio show?
And
Alabama!
And I'm trying to remember, oh my gosh, he was the guy who did Penn State for many years as well. They were both very nice. It was a nice, cordial conversation.
Interesting.
2 legendary play-by-play guys and 2 dumb college kids.
Nice. Was
hey, look at us. We're taking up for the Huskers. Hey.
Did you think Alabama was better than Penn State?
Well, no, we were arguing for Nebraska,
No,
of course.
I know, but did you think Bama was better than Penn State? Who did you think
Then?
was better? Yeah.
No.
If Alabama would have won in the SEC championship game, that was in the era of the Bowl Alliance, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So would they have gone to the Orange Bowl to play Nebraska instead of Miami going there? Or
No.
The Bowl Alliance started the next year, didn't it?
Yeah, they were still locked into the Sugar Bowl.
Interesting.
The only thing that they were still locked into the Sugar Bowl.
Was that Florida's first SEC title game win when they beat Alabama that year? In the Spurrier era, had they won their SEC championship yet?
Well, 92 was the first SEC title.
And they
game,
lost that one. They lost
Yeah.
that one to Alabama.
Alabama.
Oh, never mind. They'd won the SEC title game the year before, also against Alabama. Interesting. Wow. 90s football. What a time. Didn't have Canva back then, sadly, but we do now in 2024.
Could you imagine 1994 Canva on dial-up?
Oh, I really can't. I would rather not think about it.
Everything would be square.
But they still had outlines, Nick.
They still did have outlines.
Still had
Thank
outlines.
God.
Yep.
We used to outline many things.
Oh, yeah.
It was very pretty.
Oh, yeah. Clean.
was very keen. All right. When we continue, Mr. Schaefer will join us.
Let's do it.
From Husker 24/7, we'll get his hot takes on the Dana Holgorsen mood and move.
Okay.
I bet his mood isn't great today. He's probably looking out his window. Yeah. Well, they probably don't even have an office for him. He's probably working out of a broom closet. You can't even see out the window.
Shafe's home?
No, Dana Holgorsen.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, probably.
Just pounding a Red Bull in the broom closet.
Hey, Matt, can I come out now? No, you have to keep drawing up plays for my offense.
Careful so you don't break another mic.
That's true.
This mic's tough as nails. We've never had issues with this. This has worked fine. It's the guys
25th anniversary.
Jerk that thing around over there that keep breaking it.
I blame Hanley for this. And Jimmy Allen, who uses
the
his
only
microphone
thing that used
at night.
to break on this side was this button because Ba used to pound the crap out of it.
I should have asked him about that. Hey, remember how you just touched the button?
Like he was playing the old game track and field where you had to pound the buttons really hard to make the guy go faster.
I remember that.
That's the only thing that made track and field exciting was that video game. The rest of it, boring AF.
Yeah, that game sucked.
16-20 the zone.
Finding your new home was a dream. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Yeah, I'm guessing that that joy in his heart was probably there in the first half of the Sunday night game, but then in the second half, that was anger and
he
resentment.
called it. He texted me at halftime. Shave, I don't have your text directly in front of me at this moment, but you basically were like, I got a bad feeling about this second half, and he ended up being spot on.
I told Josh I was already preemptively annoyed at how mad I was going to be that the Lions were going to win that game.
I mean, I did the same thing on Twitter, but I at least waited until after they scored their first touchdown in the second half, and I thought the Lions are going to find a way to win this game.
He texted me before the first half was even over.
Yeah.
It was wild. He knew it was going to happen, and sure enough, it did. They're not a cute story to you, Shape. They're really cute. You know, they're winning for the first time. Everyone's having fun with the Lions.
Yeah, they're the kings of the NFC. We'll see how it goes for them the rest of the year, but
is that a threat?
You can probably tell. No threats.
No,
I don't have any say over how any of this goes. So no threats for me at all.
Okay. I love this smile from Shave.
I mean, it's one of those like, okay, what is it? 2 years ago, we talked about last year, the Eagles at this point in the year were like 8-1, and they were the greatest thing ever. You know, like we do this all the time. Teams play really well, and then the playoffs happen, and you have to get through them. And the Lions still have to prove that they can win. It's not like we're talking about the Chiefs where everyone's just going to go ahead and write them into the Super Bowl because it's what they do every single year. We're talking about Jared Goff, and we're talking about Dan Campbell, and we're talking about probably having to go for a fourth down or running a fake punt from your own 15. I'm just saying there is a world that we live in where the Lions don't make the Super Bowl. And I'm choosing to believe that's real life.
Yeah. No, I mean, as Josh is fond of now
Dan Campbell
saying,
slander.
Schaefer right now is playing with house money. The odds are with him.
The odds are that the Lions will not go to the Super Bowl because the Lions have never been to the Super Bowl. Yeah, if you view it like that, for sure.
Correct. Well, beyond that, obviously,
what a week.
Folks are talking about Dana. I am curious, Schaefer. What is your biggest? No, not Dana Holmes.
We're actually doing that later.
Yeah,
so stay tuned.
That'll be a little bit later.
Yeah.
What is your biggest concern with this move?
I mean, the biggest concern is how it works while doing it with 3 games left to play. Like, is it, there's the argument it can't get a whole lot worse on offense. So, bringing in somebody from the outside who hasn't worked with this team at all, handing him play calling duties, and then he doesn't even necessarily have the team's primary quarterback for the first game. Like, all of this feels very up in the air for what it's going to look like and how it's going to go. And I think in part because of some of the people I talked with a week ago that were very cautionary and, hey, it's hard to have somebody from the outside who doesn't know the verbiage come in and start calling plays right away. I'm very fascinated, like, what the mechanics of this are actually going to be. Is he going to filter his ideas through someone who then translates it into the verbiage that the team needs so they can run the play? Does he have all of that verbiage down? Has he pared down the playbook so much that they're going to run with a really condensed version of the playbook that they've been repping all week? Like, so, I mean, there's a lot of ways that it can go haywire. At the end of the day, their offense wasn't putting up points either way. So I think a change was warranted. It's just, Nebraska certainly has never seen this happen. And I think most of football, this is not a common thing. Like, a guy, not even necessarily sitting at home, he was working for another team.
Yeah.
Leaves, joins your team, has been there for like all of, I don't know, a little less than 2 weeks. And he's going to be calling the plays in a game that you really could stand to win on Saturday at 3:00. Like, this is not normal, but it's Nebraska football. So, it doesn't even really rise to the level of some of the weird that we get around here.
Shafe, you had a chance to talk with Chris Anderson, who covers West Virginia and covered West Virginia during Dana Holgorsen's time there as both an OC and as a head coach. I imagine you've also talked to people on background about this as well. You mentioned some of the nuts and bolts about the way in which this will work. That is such a great question because we're trying to figure that out too. What stumbling blocks have you heard from those who know what they're talking about? Like in terms of what it could look like in these final 3 games as he tries to call a play that might have different verbiage from what Nebraska has been using over the course of the previous 9 games.
Yeah, and a lot of it just comes down to, like, what are they putting in and what do they want to do against USC? Because I'm sure if he can learn a condensed version of the playbook, he can learn that verbiage. It's not like Dana Holgorsen hasn't been around football his whole life. So the verbiage is a memorization thing. It's not like he can't have a book right there in front of him that he's looking right at what the call needs to be to line up with the play. But it's just it's a different, operating thing. And so the reason, like, I don't know what it's going to look like on Saturday. And I anticipate it'll probably be better against Wisconsin and Iowa than this first game against USC. But I am just really interested in having a fresh set of eyes looking at Nebraska's offense. I mean, there's no question that alone at least is exciting or intoxicating because someone can look at it from the outside and be like, well, why aren't you doing this? And why aren't you doing that? And now they have the power to sort of enact it. So I wish I knew more about how the mechanics will work for this. I would imagine Rule will have to get into it at least a little bit on Thursday, the next time he talks. But yeah, I mean, it's a, it's a unique deal. And like I said, I suspect if I had to guess, and I haven't asked anybody at Nebraska directly about this, but if I have to guess, they're going to run a pretty condensed playbook. So because of that, there's not going to be 55, 60 calls he needs to know. It might be significantly less than that. And that may not be a bad thing, especially if they've just been repping it and they have like a handful of things they feel good about. Go do stuff well. Even if you're doing it repetitively, it's probably better to do that if you're doing it well than it is to just try to pick a random play and catch them off guard.
Mike Schaefer joining us from Husker 24/7. If this unlocks anything in Dylan Raiola, what is it most likely to be?
Well, if anything, maybe it unlocks a little bit of the grid that they've kind of run into downfield. But it's hard because I sit up in the press box and guys are open. Like, there are receivers out there. So the tough thing with, like, what we've seen this year is that other than really the Indiana game, like, that was the one where I thought was the worst called game of all of them for Marcus Satterfield. Ultimately, Dylan Raiola still has to be able to go make these plays. He has to see the information, process the information, and get the ball out. I don't know that there's a great answer to your question, John, because some of what plagues him is just having to go through the slog of college football, of being a quarterback, of having defenses adjust to you, of game planning an entire way for UCLA. And then in that first series and second series, in the first 6 plays, they're lined up in ways that you never saw on film. And he couldn't adjust to that. Now, maybe you have a veteran coach in Dana Holgorsen who can get those answers to him in a way that Marcus Satterfield and Glenn Thomas previously weren't able to do. I mean, I think there's that aspect of it too. I don't think it should be lost in all of this that even if the guys haven't necessarily been NFL stars, with the exception of Geno Smith, the college quarterbacks that Dana Holgorsen has worked with have by and large been successful at the college level. And I think that's a really important part of all of it. I mean, that might be the most critical aspect of this. Nebraska has a piece in Dylan Raiola they cannot screw up. They now have someone in Dana Holgorsen who has a track record of getting a lot out of players that may not even have had the talent that Dylan Raiola possesses.
Schaefer, moving beyond these final 3 games, I'm curious as to what your biggest question would be in terms of what this means and what is next, because as John and I have talked about a lot the last 2 days, we don't know for sure that Holgorsen will be back next year. Rule mentioned on Monday he hopes that he's back, but obviously we don't know that for sure. There is, of course, the transfer portal component, whether it's bringing players in or losing players. I know everyone's been worried about Dylan Raiola, really since he committed, right? It's not even like a recent phenomenon. But then there's also bringing in players through the portal because of, being able to sell this. Like, what's the question that you're most curious as to how it's answered with this move being made this week?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all has to kind of line up, right? Like, so is the first thing that we have to know for 2025 is Dana Holgorsen going to be back? And then the second thing is, what does the offensive staff look like? Because I think he should probably have some input as to who he's working with on Nebraska's offensive staff. And so, that lines up right there. And then you get into the player procurement. And part of the reason why it makes sense to make this move as early as it does, you give Dana Holgorsen 3 games to kind of look at the personnel, multiple practices. You hope for a bowl game, so you get 15 more practices there. All for the idea to get an idea of what he has for the 2025 season, so you know what you're looking for in the portal. We know Nebraska's probably going to need a wide receiver out of the transfer portal. We're guessing they're going to take any offensive lineman that they can that can actually come in and start, but so is every other team in the country. So you have to fight everyone for offensive linemen. Beyond that, you've got to make decisions at running back. I mean, Nebraska has a lot of running backs. They have 2 more coming in that are high school guys. They have 1 leaving in Ramir Johnson. Gabe Irvin doesn't seem likely to be back for next year because he hasn't played a whole lot this year. What is Quentin Ives, and how does Dana Holgorsen feel about him? What about Mekhi Nelson, who just joined the program this summer? So you have all of these different players that need to be evaluated. Same at wide receiver. Like, what do you actually have at wide receiver? It's been a bust for Jalen Lloyd for a year or 2, and I don't necessarily feel like it's his fault that it's been that way. But we haven't seen Malachi Coleman. He's been banged up. There's a red shirt there. I mean, so a lot of it is just going through and processing that information and then determining what it is that your team needs so he can run his offense most effectively in 2025.
Schaefer, take me through where you were, let's say, right after UCLA. Then last week when we learned that Dana Holgorsen was at least coming on to help in some way. And now this week knowing he's calling plays. Has it changed what you think the possibilities are of winning that one more game that it seems like is the goal right now?
I'm fortunate here because I talked with Josh a fair amount that has nothing to do with this program. So I think he can back me up on this. I have been bullish on Nebraska's ability to win football games on this schedule, regardless of what the circumstance has been. I was bullish on Nebraska to win games after they got waxed by Indiana. I was bullish on Nebraska to win games after they lost to Illinois. I was bullish on Nebraska to win games after the close loss to Ohio State. And I remain bullish on it because the thing that we do, and this is natural, we hyper-focus on Nebraska. And yet every team that's left is flawed in their own way. Iowa has lost to UCLA and to Michigan State. Wisconsin has lost to both USC and Iowa. USC has lost to Minnesota and Maryland and Washington. Like, they all can lose and beat each other. And so I don't think any of it has changed for me. What has changed is confidence that I have in Matt Rule, honestly. And that got a big boost with everything that's happened with Dana Holgorsen, because it at least tells me that he is going to go down swinging, that this isn't a, like, we're going to get it figured out. Like, I still have questions with the other members of the staff. I still think their special teams are an embarrassment and have been almost all year. And that has to be addressed in the offseason because it hasn't been addressed in the season. So, for me, there hasn't been a change in whether I think they can go win these games, because I think that's been the same. Mm-hmm. The change is whether I believe that this is a program that's legitimately on the upswing or whether they're just teetering wildly week to week. And they definitely feel more teetering to me than they do on the upswing. Now, things change here in the month of November. You land a couple of recruits, you win a game or 2, you get those bowl practices, you build in the offseason, then that's obvious progress. But right now, on November 13th, I can't sit here and tell you that the first 2 years of the Matt Rule era has resulted in a lot of progress for Nebraska football. that, as much as anything, is sort of where I'm at.
Yeah, and Shafe, along those lines, I mean, you just said the special teams are bad. That, you know, I think we were all in agreement that they're going to make a change there. They've already made a change at OC, and you know, a year ago at this time, people were worried that Tony White was going to leave after year one, let alone after year two. I mean, there's a very real world that Nebraska enters into for the 25 campaign where they have 3 new coordinators across the board.
It's entirely possible. I would say if Tony White were to go, I think they have internal options they feel really good about. Whether that be John Butler, who I think in part came to Nebraska because of the opportunity that might be there, or even Rob Dvorak, who feels like he might be one of sort of the unsung assistants at Nebraska, both on the recruiting trail and also with what he's done with his linebackers through 2 years. So, you know, if Tony White were to go, I think that's at least more of an internal thing. Special teams fascinates me. And I also wonder if there's a reshuffling of roles for guys still on the staff too. Like in addition to maybe some people leaving, are there some guys who end up with a different role than they have right now, but are full-time assistants? And I'm curious to see how this all could play out.
Yeah.
The question about recruiting, I've seen many people opine about this, saying, "Hey, they made this move, and it's gonna be a sign to recruits." My question, though, is if we can only guarantee he's here for 3 games, does this really tell the recruits anything until you can actually say, no, this is going to be our guy?
Yeah.
I'm curious, being that's a big part of your job, Schaefer, how you think recruits are seeing this move and how it projects to their future.
Well, it's tough because there was people recruited by Marcus Satterfield, but they didn't commit to Nebraska because of Marcus Satterfield. There's people that are interested in Nebraska football and like that Dana Holgorsen is going to be the offensive coordinator, but Dana Holgorsen isn't the entire reason that someone would end up. Like if Cortez Mills flips from Oklahoma to Nebraska, it probably has a lot more to do with the recruiting of Garrett McGuire or Jamar Mosey or even Dylan Raiola than it does Dana Holgorsen. So I think, what you would like is after the Iowa game to have clarity of what the future is going to look like at that offensive coordinator spot, especially because you're going to start signing people a few days after that. But I think Nebraska feels like Dana Holgorsen's going to be here for a while. I don't know that you can commit to that publicly, but I think internally there's probably some appreciation and some expectation there. And then 2, I think that they are having to use Dylan Raiola and what he might be, or the early season version of him, as kind of the linchpin when you're recruiting this offense as much as it is Dana Holgorsen. And so if they are able to get a win or 2, and then you get that actual bowl game where you get some time to kind of practice, like not to make the bowl game even bigger than it already is, but that could be a hell of a recruiting tool for 26, 27, 28. If, I don't need to remind people, but when Dana Holgorsen took over at West Virginia, he coached a bowl game before he had his first regular season, and they beat the crap out of Clemson 70 to whatever it was. And it helped things kind of take off in Morgantown. I'm not saying the same exact thing would happen if Nebraska's playing in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl or whatever in Phoenix, but it certainly couldn't hurt.
Schaefer, earlier today, I was on the 24/7 sports page for Dawson Merritt. He had, I believe it was 6 crystal ball predictions at the time. All of them were to Alabama. I go to his page now. There are 3 predictions that have been flipped from Bama to Nebraska, including one by you. It seems like the tea leaves are being read that he will soon be a Cornhusker.
If I wasn't such a coward, I would have put in a Dawson Merritt prediction this spring, because this has been one of the more fascinating sort of recruitments that I've had the opportunity to cover, that I've had the opportunity to talk with Dawson, that I've talked with, our guys at Alabama, and I have sources here at Nebraska and everything else. And I am telling you, this is now like the 3rd time where it feels like Nebraska is on the precipice of getting this commitment. And this is the one where it feels like it's actually going to happen, because it's not just me hanging out in the wind by myself with this hunch. Most of the college football world is on this too. And so it's just kind of fascinating, though. It's always sort of felt like Nebraska was going to end up with this kid, and he was just the last one to realize it. Everyone else around him wanted him at Nebraska in terms of his parents. he really likes the coaching staff, and Nebraska's recruited him as hard as anybody in this cycle. And it was evident when Matt Rule went to go to his high school game in October that he might say that he's 100% committed to Alabama, but that door is wide open because Matt Rule isn't wasting one of those rare opportunities to get on the road without it being someone that they think they have a really good shot with. And so all of this continues to add up for Nebraska to end up with Dawson Merritt. It's interesting because I thought what needed to happen is Nebraska needed to have a pretty good season. And I thought if they won like 8 or 9 games, that would show him that they were the sort of program he wants to play on a big stage. Like, there's no question that's what he wants. And Alabama offers that. But I think he also wants to be close to his family, so proximity is a big part of it. His dad's the defensive backs coach for the Kansas City Chiefs. His dad can watch Nebraska play when the Chiefs are at home and Nebraska's at home. He really can't do that with Alabama. And so I just think there's the little things that kept adding up. And then, you got mom and dad who are okay with you going to Alabama, but they keep saying, what about Nebraska? Why don't you take this phone call from Matt Rule? What a nice guy. Things of that nature. And it's just, I think, pointing to where it was an undeniable flip for him. But again, if I was less of a coward, I would have been on this, back in April when I first got the sense like, hey, there's something happening here.
So in other words, if you would have had the same instinct about this as you did about Detroit coming back and winning that game.
Nice.
Next time, I'm just going to randomly text Josh on April 23rd about a player committed to another school and be like, Nebraska's going to get him. And then we'll just go back to it.
I mean, and the good news is if Josh is any kind of a friend, he won't keep the receipts if you're wrong.
That's true.
But Josh is not that kind of a person.
We text enough that the receipts are sort of hard to get to. Like, that's the problem.
Oh, that's true.
You got to know the exact right words to search for inside of the texts. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep, indeed.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, thanks, and have a great rest of your week.
Well, thank you. That felt very heartfelt and endearing.
Yeah,
from you there, John.
It is.
Most people tell me to have a nice week, have a good day. That you said to have a great week. I appreciate it.
I want you to have a great week. You're a dad, you're a responsible father and husband.
Yeah.
You're a Viking fan.
Yeah. Who do you got this weekend?
Titans.
Oh, nice. Congrats on the dub, man. That's awesome.
I won't even be able to watch it. I'll be up in Sioux Falls covering Nebraska St. Mary's.
That's right. There's a basketball game on a Sunday.
Poor bastard.
It's his job. That's a great perk. He gets to go to a game for free. They pay him to work.
Okay.
I think I would have gotten paid if I was watching the Vikings either way. I think that's how that works.
Nice.
When you're on salary.
That's true. You're always working when you're on salary, Schaefer.
That is true.
All right, Schaefer. Have a good one. We'll talk to you later.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Bye,
there he is, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Speaking of that, Fired Up for Football is coming up.
Nice.
Tell you what games are coming to your city. It was very easy to predict this week. And Bruce Rasmussen still to come as we count down to tip off tonight. Creighton and Houston Christian with Greg McDermott 1 win away from being the all-time winningest coach at Creighton, topping Dana Altman's career record of 327 victories. But when we come back, we'll look a little bit deeper. Josh already showed one of the graphics.
Oh,
we'll look a little bit deeper into Dana Holgorsen and the numbers.
Let's do it.
More next on 1620 The Zone. Tomorrow we'll be heckling the Eckel.
Oh yeah.
This is what Dana Holgorsen's walking into. A team that is in the upper fifth in terms of being able to get down the field, a.k.a. the Eckel rate.
Yep.
But a team that's in the bottom fifth.
Oh, yeah.
In actually scoring in the Eckel, which is inside the opponent's 40-yard line.
How wild is it, man? They are legitimately good at moving the ball. Over the course of the season, there are games where it's like, wow, they really sucked today. But over the course of the season, they have been good. In the 56-7 loss to Indiana, they moved the ball. In the loss to UCLA, they moved the ball. But they do not finish drives enough. We'll
get to that one later because I want to get to Sam McEwen wrote today. He called it the Holgorsen dossier.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love the word dossier.
It
looks like it should be pronounced dossier.
It reminds me of like James Bond. It's a spy word.
Yeah.
What was the big political kerfuffle that used the word dossier?
Well, there was the one about our soon-to-be president yet again, and the P tape.
Oh yeah,
was that a dossier?
Yeah, it was inside of a dossier.
Oh, I thought they were okay.
Yeah.
Anyway,
stick to sports, John. We're talking about Dana, not P.
Yeah, I don't think the two are related.
Unless his offense reminds us of urine. So yeah, Sam McEwen did a really good story today, and inside of it there were some charts, some tricks and tips.
Are you good?
Nope, I'm struggling, Nick. And it was comparing. By the way, what do you think of Holgo? A lot of people.
I like Holgo.
I'm not a fan.
Holgo's good.
This sounds like a stupid character from one of your stupid
wrong.
ring
This sounds
shows.
this sounds like Game of Thrones.
Oh, I'm gonna attack
Instead of
Holgo with my
Hodor, it's
sword of
Holgo.
Zanzibar.
Hard to say Holgo. Very fun though.
So it's the sort of Zanzibar.
So Sam McEwen inside of his story, inside of
sword.
the dossier. What in the world? Inside of the dot, there was a bug on my leg. I don't know where it came from.
You know what they say about
That
flies?
looks like a summer. No, it was a bug.
Yeah,
it's on the floor.
You know what they like? They're like things that smell like.
No, clean. It's on the floor. It's a bug. It's like a summer bug. What the hell's that doing?
Summer bugging.
Anyway, so it compared the Holgo offenses at West Virginia from 16 to 18. Sorry. The Dana Holgorsen offenses from 16 to 18 at West Virginia and then 2019 to 2023 at Houston. With Nebraska's offense since 2016. And the thing that you very much notice is that, and it also has the, let's see, yards per carry in here.
It's yards per attempt, it's yards per play, and yards per rush attempt.
I should have done this before the show. I didn't, so I'll do it right now. But most of the time, the Holgorsen offenses are better. Most of the time, the Holgorsen offenses are better. In the aggregate, they certainly are. Now, I would say this. The thing that does jump out to me, John, is that the Holgorsen offense took a bit of a step back, or has taken a bit of a step back since he went to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
It was a better offense. Now, when he first got to Houston, they were a G5. Eventually, they would become a Big 12, but that wasn't until last year. And obviously, it was his last season. He got fired, blah, blah, blah. But his offenses were better in the aggregate in the 16, 17, and 18 years for West Virginia. But that's the first thing that jumps out to me.
Yeah, the last year at Houston basically produced similar results to what Nebraska's getting this year in all the categories: yards per pass attempt, yards per play, yards per carry. But probably the one that performs a little bit higher than the rest is the yards per pass attempt.
Definitely.
On a year-to-year basis.
On a year-to-year basis.
Is
definitely.
usually the one that outperforms what Nebraska did in the exact same year.
Only two times, 2021 and 2019, did Nebraska have a better yards per attempt. The one in 2019 was, they're pretty much even.
Yeah.
2021, Nebraska was at 9.3. Houston was at 8.3. So that's that. We also have the red zone numbers, which were also in the Sam McEwen story today, the dossier. And this is something that we talked about last week, I think. Hey, can he improve their red zone scoring? Because Nebraska's red zone scoring and red zone touchdown percentage has been absolute garbage. And yet again, for the most part, you're going to see a Holgorsen-led offense that is either right in line with what Nebraska did that year, if not outright better. Much better in 2019, much better in 2021, also better in 2020 and 2023. So, It is improvement. It's not maybe like way better, but it's better. It's definitely better than what Nebraska
Well,
had.
and the thing you got to keep in mind is you've got about, 3 different offensive coordinators in that time for Nebraska.
Oh, wow. Good point. Yeah. So in 2016 and 17, you would have had Langsdorf, correct?
Langsdorf. Then you had
it was Frost, but it was Troy Walters, and then it was Matt Lubick, and then it was Mark Whipple, and then it's been Satterfield. Yeah, that's a good point, too. Nebraska's had a lot of coordinators, whereas he was the play caller. Those are his offenses.
Yeah, this is all him, very consistent across the board. And those charts, part of that is the reason why I am excited long term.
But not now.
But to expect that you're going to see jumps here in the short term is crazy, in my opinion, because of all the mechanics. It's just everything is just so different. So really, it's what can you expect in the short term? What can you see that's going to be different? And is it going to be shortening rotations? Maybe not swapping players in and out as often? Is it just going to be simplifying plays, finding what they do and just keep doing it, flipping formations occasionally? Because those are about the only things you can really expect to have a major impact. Keep in mind that by the time this move was made official, they've got 3 practices to work on it.
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday, today, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
The days they practice.
Yeah.
You got 3 practices to work on.
As you said, official.
Yeah. So, how much can actually be accomplished in there? How much is it? Can you just calling the right play? In a weird way, this is almost like just handing the game controller over to someone else. Hey, I'm having a hard time against this, 85 Bears defense here on Madden. Hand the controller over to somebody else. And then they're going through
and hopefully the person who's getting the controller is really good at video games.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to me.
But, you're not in the flow of things. And so that's why I hasten, but I'm going to be consistent and I'm going to be fair, even as someone who thinks that this is a bit hasty, that it would have probably worked better if you bring him in and he's there kind of working with the coaches, helping them see things that they haven't seen, but not necessarily just taking the reins and calling the plays. But I'm going to give this the rest of this season. I want to see these next 3 games. I am not going to make a snap judgment based on what I see Saturday.
Unless they score 100 points.
Which they're not.
Maybe.
I'm not going to make a snap judgment based on what I see against Wisconsin. I'll wait until I've seen all 3 just to see, if there is like a noticeable difference.
So you just said something.
And it's funny because right now we talk about results-based business.
Yeah.
What it seems to me that everybody is looking for is one more win.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just one more win.
Yeah.
Desperate. And if that happens, you know what the best scenario would be? Nebraska wins 14-13.
It would be pretty funny.
Saturday.
They win, but nothing changes in terms of how they score.
But like a low-scoring game, the defense has to go out and win it. 14-13, but they get the win. It's almost like, hey, you get the win, and the people who are all fired up about this are going to be like, well, that was it. That worked.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm just going to sit back. I'll see what happens.
Couple things. So you say, you think it would have been better to have him involved, but not call him plays. I would love to know why Matt Rule disagrees. Like, why does he actually think this is the smarter move versus what you said of like bring him in, have him watch things, and he can implement stuff, but not calling plays given he hasn't all year. A couple texts coming in. Severe writes, you can add more pre-snap stuff for sure. I need to talk to Michael about just what he thinks about all this. But Adam says the play calling, substitution patterns, and situational awareness have been downright awful this year. I don't see how we don't see improvement over the next 3 games.
But here's the other thing. You're upstairs in the box. Most of the substitutions are carried out on the field by the assistant coaches.
But he can control that, right?
Oh, he could. But how much is he going to be looking ahead to the next series and trying to figure out, okay, this is what we do here, and here. It's just all of those things, just the general mechanics of how everyone works together. It's like when you're on the assembly line.
Yeah.
And you know this guy's got the hubcap, or they got the wheels, and you got the axles, and this guy's got the shock, and hey, this is my job, bop, 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 bop. And it just moves on down the line. You have had no time to work on any of that, no practical time to work on any of that. And that's why I wonder if some of those little details can actually be executed when everything is brand new to the guy who is quote unquote in charge.
Here's something to keep an eye on too. This offense, the last 2 years against power competition, the most points that they have scored is 24. They have not scored more than 24 points on offense. They've scored 28 in a game. Colorado, for example, but they had a pick 6. Purdue, for example, but they had a pick 6. Purdue last year, they had a blocked field goal. If they get above 24, I mean, that would be something different. And I don't really care about the competition, but that would be wholly unique. It's like, if Dana gets them above that point total at any point in the last 3 games, I mean, watch, the defense has a bad game. It doesn't matter. And they still lose. They lose 31-27. But that'll be something that, in terms of trying to find discernible ways that they have progressed, that would be something I would look out for. Can you score more than 24 points?
Here's Gail on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Good afternoon, Gail.
Hey, good afternoon. A couple things that I think anyway. I think play calling's a little overrated. I mean, you think Turner Gill had to have the exact right play call to score a touchdown? Those guys could have called anything and scored.
I mean, yeah, but Nebraska doesn't have a Turner Gill on offense at quarterback, or a Mike Rozier, or an Irving Fryer.
Okay. How about this? Let's take one of our big linemen and put him in the backfield, or one of our tight ends, have him be a lead blocker or carry the ball.
Okay.
Well, remember,
sure,
they tried to do that. They tried to do that.
What the hell?
They brought in Ty Robinson with Ohio State, but then they realized the ball got spotted a yard back from where it should have been, and they tried to dive, and it didn't work too well.
Not great. Wow, that was interesting.
You know what else is interesting? The reaction to last night's playoff committee rankings.
Oh,
the tussling and the fighting has already begun, and there is a theme that has been carried out.
Ooh.
Stand by for that on 1620 The Zone.
Real quick before we talk a little CFP, Lee chimes in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I agree with Gail, but why stop at plays? Why do we need coaches? Do you think Turner Gill needed Tom Osborne to score? Yeah, we should go to player coaches again, John, like it's the 50s.
Just put the kids out there, see what happens.
Yep, they can call their own fouls, too.
That was more like in the very, very early days of college football.
Remember?
They really weren't player coaches.
Remember
in the 50s.
Bill Russell? Wow, some Celtics fan you are.
No. I was talking about football.
You see the new documentary that Bill Simmons is doing about your beloved Celtics? He said they're like the greatest
Real
story
Celtics
ever.
fans disown Simmons because
really?
We believe he's an idiot.
Interesting.
Amazing.
Interesting.
A real big idiot.
Interesting.
Speaking of idiocy, some people think that last night's committee poll was a bit of idiocy. Here's the poll: Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Indiana.
Oh, the North, John, has risen, and you continue to be wrong about the greatest league in America, the Big Ten.
BYU, Tennessee, Notre Dame, Miami, and Alabama, the top 10. Ole Miss, 11, then Georgia, then Boise State. So what does that mean for the bracket?
No, Georgia. Ha! Get out of there. You suck. Shouldn't have lost last week. Shouldn't have been standing there.
Yeah, it means Georgia's the first team out, with SMU being next, then Texas A&M, then Kansas State.
John, look at this. Bama going to the north. Ole Miss going to the north. Oh, how glorious does that sound? How glorious does it sound? We just need Notre Dame to hop Tennessee, and then Tennessee would have to travel north too. So why are people mad? What are people mad about?
Well, a lot of people are mad.
Wow, look at all those tweets. Hey, Todd Furman, he's a friend of the Grum.
Todd Furman, I can't wait till the teams that benefit the most in the CFP playoff are those that played nobody in the non-conference, drew a favorable path in their league, and are rewarded because they earned a seat at the table with an inflated win-loss record. Methinks he's pointing fingers at the Big Ten.
Hey, Todd!
The Big Ten is the conference of destiny. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, John.
Matt Hayes says CFP selection committee has Texas, Penn State, and Indiana ranked ahead of, in no particular order, Alabama, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Georgia. Remarkably dumb.
Hey, maybe you should win some of your games, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama. Have you tried not losing twice? Have you tried that? No? Okay.
I think people are looking at these through their back-in-time goggles. And not
nice,
their
Nick.
present-day goggles.
Excellent point, Nick.
Stuart Mandel. You like to defend Stu on many occasions.
No.
The committee is completely failing to reward strength of schedule, which is the entire reason it exists.
But they're also rewarding winning. See, it's interesting. So they have this thing, they call it a football game. And you play the game, and it's not on paper, and there's no strength of schedule, and a team wins and a team loses. It's very fascinating.
Josh, you have fine logic. Now let me throw a little monkey wrench into your logic.
Okay.
Let's say that you have a team, and let's say that you're 10-0.
Yeah. Oh, Indiana.
And all of your opponents were pillowy soft. Like cupcakes, for example.
But
like Nebraska.
Tasty cupcakes. You ate them really, really well. Didn't leave any crumbs on the floor,
no crumbs.
But you had cupcakes. Meanwhile, you have another team.
There's nails in the cupcakes.
Who had to play Woolworth steaks.
Nice.
You know, tougher than a
Woolworth steak.
And you had to chew and chew and chew and chew and chew.
What is this, a train, John? Chugga chugga?
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Choo-choo.
But this is the commonality. Josh Pate does 24/7 Sports. SEC bias is out of control. Then a screenshot of the CFP rankings, which shows four Big Ten teams.
Let's go,
in the top 5. Another, Brian Fisher. Georgia's omission from 12-team college football playoff projection shows that strength of schedule is a myth.
Wow, everyone is so triggered by this.
This is the argument that we saw coming.
What?
The SEC was going to use.
It's a bunch of whiny little babies.
Look at
exactly.
us.
Cry
We're
more.
playing good teams.
Cry more.
We're playing good teams. And the teams that are, Josh, are you not worried
about what?
This is going to encourage people to go soft in the non-conference?
No.
Why wouldn't it?
What? Wait, what is...
I just kind of assumed that was the natural endpoint.
Let me throw out one more thing here from our good friend Kelly Ford. Let's see how it all shakes out, but I'm But if I'm an original SEC member, I'm beginning to seriously ask the question, why did we expand?
Hilarious.
Make more money, hooray. But the goal is to make and win the CFP, and the committee is simply going to count losses. I want an easier schedule.
Okay, what is this non-conference schedule stuff? Who did Alabama play in the non-conference that is so like glorious that we're rewarding them for? Who did Georgia play in the non-conference that we're
Clemson.
well, no, they play Clemson. I stand corrected. Who did Texas play in the non-conference that we should bow to their feet? Oh, that's right, a middling Big Ten team. What you're describing, like if this year had happened and those teams had all played a really good team in the non-conference and all lost that game, then maybe I'll hear you out a little bit. They didn't play anybody. None of these teams have played anybody in the non-conference except for Clemson. Am I forgetting anybody? Texas A&M lost to Notre Dame.
Yep.
Texas A&M also lost by whatever to South Carolina a couple of weeks ago too. They were where they should be.
The other part of it, though, the other part of it is because as Todd Furman pointed out, it's the games you're playing in the conference. Penn State got a very nice draw. Indiana got a very nice draw. Meanwhile, Georgia's playing everybody. It seems like that's at the top of the SEC.
It's what they wanted. It's what they signed up for. They shouldn't have expanded the league if they were going to cry about how many hard teams are going to play.
Right, but this is going to be part of the argument moving forward is...
Of what? What's the argument? To play easier games in the non-con?
No, the argument is how much should strength of record or strength of schedule matter? Yeah. And at least according to a lot of critics...
Do you agree with the critics?
I think there's
Where did John that liked Indiana go? I missed that, John.
No. This is not about
2 weeks
fun,
ago.
John.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, John left.
This is not about Indiana.
Someone took him behind a barn and blew his brains out.
Then Happer laughed about it.
Are you a pretend John? Is this a fake John?
Skinwalker John.
This is not about that.
What's this about?
This is not about that.
But you're not denying it.
We got this email from Steve. This was preemptive email. This came to us before yesterday.
Well, he also sent another one today.
Well, the one he sent before was, I hope the selection committee wakes up and puts Indiana out of the top 15 after they get boat raced by Ohio State.
Wow.
Indiana hasn't played anyone of any significance, and they will be exposed. Their opponent's overall record so far this year is 40-53. Their Big Ten opponent record is 31-34. They haven't played a ranked team. And there's a lot of facts to that. It's all facts.
How are they doing against the spread? How much are they covering by? They're not just winning these games; they're blowing teams off of the field. And pardon me for giving them one little mulligan for last week's game versus Michigan. Everyone else in college football gets all these mulligans. Georgia played like crap against Kentucky, and no one holds that against them. But we got to hold the Michigan game against Indiana. The first time all year that they were taken to the wire by a team.
I don't know if anyone's holding. Obviously,
certainly seems like Steve is.
No, nobody's holding. A committe, the people that matter.
They're fifth. You don't think they're being held accountable?
Hell no.
Fifth place.
Hell no,
dude. Who's Oregon played? Who's Oregon beaten besides Ohio State?
Boise.
Boise's pretty solid. Who else have they beaten though? Nobody. Indiana is being held accountable for being Indiana. They are 5-0. They're beating everybody by 1,000,000 points, and they're fifth. If any other team did that this year, they would not be in fifth place in the college football playoff.
Well, they're not the only ones upset. So too is SMU. SMU screw job. This is a tweet from someone who covers SMU. The College Football Playoff Committee is laying the groundwork to leave out SMU if the Ponies don't win the ACC. Their 2 losses could be to the Big 12 and ACC champs and still miss out. That's crap.
Yeah, we talked about it last week.
Why is the entirety of the SEC sphere pretending like their teams haven't also played cupcake schedules over the years?
It's a great point, Nick. John writes in.
Yeah, but this isn't about the other year. They're talking about this year.
John writes in.
Why not?
And this
why does it not matter?
I think
but this is the argument, and this is where I thought a lot of this was going to go. It's not as much about the non-conference, even though that is brought up. It's more about, hey, look at how tough our league is, and we have to go through a tougher schedule in our league than you have to go through in yours. That is the main argument that is being made.
Mm-hmm.
And I predicted would be made months ago.
Yeah, but the funny part about that is look at the combined losses that schools like Georgia and Tennessee and Ole Miss have. Put Georgia aside. Or did I say Georgia first? I meant Alabama. Alabama, Tennessee, Ole Miss. Let's name some of the teams that they've lost to. Arkansas. Ole Miss lost to Kentucky.
Vanderbilt
beat Alabama. Georgia is in their own kind of class right now because
they
have But the other teams, you know what? John hits on this. Josh, don't you get it? A&M losing to South Carolina means the SEC is even stronger. It definitely doesn't mean that there are some above average but not great teams in the SEC. It's funny, and I know I mentioned the pot a lot, and we have fun with it. But on KOTN yesterday, Doug Maurice did bring up a fascinating argument where he says that the SEC gets rewarded because their best teams get upset by middle-of-the-pack teams, which then props up the middle-of-the-pack teams because they're like, look, the middle-of-the-pack team beat number 5, so that must mean the middle-of-the-pack team is good. Whereas if Indiana would have lost to Michigan the other day, it wouldn't have been, wow, middle-of-the-pack, Big Ten, shout out to you. It would have been, wow, you're garbage. You just lost to Michigan. It is interesting how we view these losses and wins through an entirely different lens for one league versus the other. And I really do think a whole lot of this stuff comes down to recruiting rankings and how we view these teams in the offseason and then how we view them inside of a season. I think a lot of this comes down to how we view their rosters.
Shouldn't those strength of schedule matter at least somewhat?
Yes, sure. I'm not going to argue against that. But what are we talking about here? We're going to punish a team for winning every game by double digits except for one to reward a team who has lost twice. At some point, the wins and losses have to matter. You play the games to win and you play the games to lose. That has to matter to some degree.
I think
I don't like the sport being played on paper all the time. I like watching the games.
But guess what?
It's not. Because look at what they just did with the rankings. It is played on the field. It's not just played on paper. If it was, then people would have been freaking out last night.
Well, then where's Army?
Well, they're pretty low because you know what? They're not blowing everybody out right now.
They're winning.
They are.
They're undefeated.
Sure.
Where's Army?
I honestly don't know. 22?
Where's SMU?
14, 15?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are they? They're gone.
I just told you where they are. So wait, what are you arguing for? Are you saying that Indiana should be higher or no?
I mean, if you want to get, if folks want to get on their high horse and talk about it's about the wins, it's about the wins. Where's our Army?
I mean, Army's played on like a really weak schedule.
Like Indiana.
They're not winning every game by 14 points or more. If they were doing that, they'd be a little bit higher.
But they're not designed to do that. They're designed for 23-play drives.
They're very good at 23-play drives.
They're like Sherman tanks, while Indiana's like a high-flying aircraft with no clouds, no wind, no resistance.
So a day unlike today.
And the other pilot is like flying a little 2-engine prop, just burr, burr, burr. Shoot them out of the sky.
Nice.
Star Wars Fiend says, I was just going to say that, John. Army needs to be in. There you go. Handshake meme with Star Wars Fiend.
You damn right. Get them frauds from Boise out of there and put my Army in.
I thought you liked Ashton Genty. What happened with that?
I do, but I like my Army more because they protect me.
I'm going to read this.
Is Ashton Genty gonna lay it out on the line for me
No, he's not even going to win the Heisman.
If the North Koreans invade us?
Nice, John. Brett in Minnesota. I'm going to read this not because it compliments one of us. I agree with Josh on this one. What the hell could Indiana have done to prove themselves? Yeah, exactly. What more could Indiana have
this
done?
is where things are going to get interesting because there is an opportunity a week from Saturday
to prove themselves. Harper's meme guy, Nebraska played Ohio State close, but Indiana's going to get boat raced. Take off your corn-colored glasses, email boy. That was about Steve.
But if Ohio State does lay a whipping on Indiana, or Indiana just does not look good, looks overmatched, how that's treated will be very interesting. Very interesting.
You know who else is interesting?
Bruce Rasmussen, former Creighton athletic director, who tonight will be sitting courtside as he watches the man he hired to replace the man he hired.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the man he fired.
No, he didn't fire Dana. Dana left.
That's true. Then he came back, then he left again.
327 wins apiece tonight. Matt goes for 328. We'll talk to the guy who hired them both next on 1620 The Zone. Tonight here on 1620 The Zone, right after we're done at 6, Austin Jacobson takes over with Blue Jays shoot-around. And then yours truly and Tyler Clement will be courtside, staring into the back of the man who's going for win number 328 tonight. Wow. Actually, he wasn't standing up in front of me as much during the last game. It helps when
I
you're
did
up
see
by,
there was a time on TV.
Oh, there's definitely a time where I'm doing the whole sachet and back and forth thing. But when you're up by 30 in the second half, there's not as much of that.
That's true. That's
so
true.
I always appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
But, win number 328 would pass Dana Altman for the all-time program win mark at Creighton. And, of course, there's one common denominator between the two, and it's not that they used to wear blue clothing on the sidelines. No, it's the man who hired them. Bruce Rasmussen, former Creighton athletic director, joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Ras, good to hear from you. And I guess congratulations in order. This should be a proud moment for you.
Well, it is. And I wouldn't want to take anything away from that. But, John, even a broken clock is correct twice a day. So I'm at least tied with the broken clock.
I mean, come on. There's other coaches you hired, too. Some other pretty good things. Ras, I'm curious. When you hired Mac, did you think the possibility of him being here long enough to threaten this mark was out there?
Well, first of all, when I hired him, I didn't think I would be here long enough to see it. So, but I had watched Mac. First of all, I watched him play when he was at Northern Iowa. I watched him coach in North Dakota. I watched him coach at Wayne State. I watched him coach at Northern Iowa. I watched him coach at Iowa State. And I thought that he was one of the better developers of talent in the country, especially in today's age, because, 30 or 40 years ago, coaches were more militant and kids were more receptive to that. And I think sometimes we forget that you play football, you play basketball, you play volleyball, and there has to be an element of play. There has to be an element of joy to the process. And if you, and I know you have, attended a lot of practices and you've been at a lot of games, and Mac brings some joy to the process. I think that's real critical in today's age.
Ras, we often will talk about in sports that you don't want to be the guy that follows the guy. And we often are saying that about coaches because it could just be so difficult. The pressure is there. The expectations are there, within the fan base and more. What made you think, rightfully so, obviously now, that he could be the guy that followed the guy in terms of what Dana Altman had laid down and what McDermott could do next?
Well, first of all, it's a great question, Josh. First of all, our basketball program was in a much better situation when Dana left than it was when he came in.
Yeah.
But Mac, you see a lot of coaches and you see a lot of leaders that are, here's the way I do things, and you're here to serve me. And at the college level, we have to make certain that we understand that we're there to serve them. They're not doing us a favor by committing to Creighton. We're doing them a favor by saying we're willing to serve them. And Mac, the athletes are most important. And I watched him in his career. And in his career, he changed what he did on offense and defense based on the talent that he had. He was there to serve them. They were important to him. He was very passionate about the process. When you ask players and when you go to practice every day, in one way or another, what you're telling players is, we're practicing today to be better than we were yesterday. Okay, that's why we practice. We want to be better than we were yesterday. And there's a disconnect if the players don't see the coaches as all in and as willing to be better today than they were yesterday as they are demanding of the players. And Mac's always been that way. He is addicted to learning. You see how he's changed and he's adapted over the years. And you see not only how he changes and adapts according to the talent that he has, but also according to the competition. I mean, we're playing defense completely differently with Ryan Kalkbrenner than we did 4 or 5 years ago with Christian Bishop, for instance.
Yeah.
But Mac is so good. He's passionate. He's intelligent, and he's really high character. And both he and Dana, as people, they are much better than they are as coaches. And that's saying a lot, because Dana's going to be in the Hall of Fame, Basketball Coaches Hall of Fame, and I think Mac will be too.
Bruce Rasmussen, former Creighton athletic director, joining us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. You know, beyond the basketball, it's kind of amazing how these guys are kind of similar, both from small town, Midwest communities, both who, you know, rose up through the ranks, then took a stopover in the Big 12. Things didn't go quite as they had hoped, then come to Creighton to revitalize their careers. Why do you think it worked that way for them, where they were both able to basically use Creighton as a way to jump back in and really improve their game?
Well, some of it, you know, and I would say it's easy to overestimate the importance of our own achievements. And sometimes we forget what we owe to others. And, you know, Creighton stepped up a lot when Dana came, and we had to convince Father Morrison, we had to convince the board that we needed to make a much greater commitment to men's basketball than we had been making the previous few years. I mean, people like to criticize Rick Johnson, but I don't know who could have been successful with the facilities and commitment at that time that Creighton was making to basketball. So you have to walk the talk, and you have to give Creighton University, you have to give the board, you have to give the presidents, but also you have to give those donors and those Blue Jay fans who have really made a tremendous commitment to Creighton men's basketball. I mean, it's really unheard of that we've had the success we've had in the last 30 years, and we've only had 2 coaches. So it's been a situation where I think they felt comfortable with Creighton, they felt comfortable with Omaha, and they felt comfortable with how they are able to coach to their personality and desires and stay at Creighton.
Raz, kind of along the lines of John's question, I wonder how they are most similar and how they are most different from what you saw from them on a day-to-day basis.
Again, that's a great question, because personality-wise, Josh, and I think you know them both, they're different.
Yeah.
But where they are alike is they are all in when it comes to the team. It is a family. And with Dana, it was a family. With Mac, it's a family. And when you ask players to be all in, and at Creighton, you have to be in order to be successful, because for a number of years, we weren't able to get the best talent, certainly not the best depth of talent. And for a number of years in the Valley, we weren't playing in one of the better conferences. So the coaches have to be all in, and that was Dana, and that's Mac. And the players know it. There's a real connection. So in that way, they're very much alike. They're very competitive. They will find a way. It isn't that I give it my best shot. It is, I'll find a way. And so in those ways, they're very similar. Dana came up through the junior college ranks. In fact, that's when I first watched him, when he was coaching at Moberly, Missouri. I had placed the player down there. And so Dana's background was really not having assistants, just basically being the dictator of the program. And Dana was, when you watch Dana practice to this day, if you watch Oregon practice, there's no question who dominates that practice from a coaching standpoint. And that's the way Dana goes about it. Mac is very much more of a CEO and does a tremendous job of having his assistants be involved. Both of them looked at assistants as they have to have different talents than me, and they have to have different personalities than me, because if they have the same talents and personality as me, well, I don't need them. And so they both were very good at hiring assistants that had different strengths than they had. But Dana was much more dictatorial, and Mac is much more CEO. And Dana met with boosters. He's got a very small circle of friends that he's real close to. And he met with boosters because he had to. Mac's personality is much more outgoing. He meets with people because he loves to meet with people, and it's obvious when he's around others. So personality-wise, they're a lot different. But in terms of coaching, they both came from the Midwest, And while we're trying to build a program, we weren't a name outside of the Midwest. We weren't a great name in the Midwest. We had to identify talent from the Midwest, and we had to be obsessed with developing that talent. And if you watch Dana's players in the years that they were at Creighton, they got better every year, individually, and they got better as a group. And I'd say the same with Mac. His players, Ryan Kalkbrenner is a good example, how much he's developed. Even a Trey Alexander, a Baylor Shireman, you see how those kids have developed. So our coaches are very much, both of them have been very much into developing the student athlete, and you are there to serve them, and they know you're all in, and they know you care. That's how much they are alike, even though they're different personality-wise.
Ras, you mentioned at the beginning of the answer the word family, and I wanted to ask you about the culture of the program, and this is not trying to take anything away from either of those two, but how much do you think the culture of Creighton and the athletic department and the university played into their successes that they have had for the last 30 years?
Well, again, and I think it's a great question. I think one of the mistakes we make in hiring is we hire people out of their geography. And so if you hire there are always exceptions to this, so you don't want to profile. But in order to be successful at Creighton, you had to have a Midwestern mentality and a Midwestern culture. Hard work. I'm going to do what I have to do. I'm willing to play a role for the betterment of the team. Everybody on the team is important. And the longer you're at Creighton, and obviously being a private school and being a Jesuit school, there are requirements that student athletes have to have in terms of classes that they take, that they're not going to have to take those classes at a state school. So you have to understand when you are recruiting which student athletes will be receptive to the environment at Creighton and to the environment in Omaha. And I think we way underestimate the value of Omaha as a community. The community of Omaha has not just done things because they had to do them. They've done things to make them better than anywhere else. And so that culture is on Creighton's campus. It's in the Omaha community. And both Mac and Dana recognize that. And the longer they're at Creighton, the more I think successful they are in recruiting, because they see some really talented student athletes who don't fit the culture. The best way to have the culture that you want is to recruit the culture, is to hire the culture. It's much more difficult to change people.
Ras, as you talked about that, you talked about, Midwestern and work ethic, and then you think about what it was like 12 years ago when this little Midwestern school joined a conference made up of predominantly East Coast schools. And I can remember hearing the arguments, once Doug's gone, once his kid's gone, they're not going to be able to win. They're not going to win in the Big East. Take me back in that era. How hard was the transition, and why do you think Mac made it through?
Well, it was a difficult transition, and it's an interesting question, because when we were being considered for the Big East, and I was making a lot of calls, I called the longtime athletic director at Marquette, the longtime athletic director at DePaul, and the new athletic director at Notre Dame, Jack Swarbrick, who had been an attorney in Indianapolis and very tied to Notre Dame, because none of those schools were they were new to the Big East at some point. And the DePaul AD said, we were never able to make the adjustment. And, the first 2 or 3 years to be in a better conference, you need to use that in the recruiting process. But if you haven't been successful after 2 or 3 years in a better conference, you lose that influence. Jack Swarbrick said, do you realize that when Notre Dame went into the Big East, they were in the bottom 3 teams in the Big East the first 3 years they were in the Big East? He said, because. I said, why is that? Notre Dame. And he said, well, if you're recruiting in basketball, and it's changed with NIL, but in those days, you had to start recruiting kids when they were freshmen and sophomores. Mm-hmm. And then you couldn't win in that league with seniors, or with high school freshmen, so you had to be old to be successful, but it took a 2 or 3 year process. And he said it took us really 3 years to make the transition. The Marquette AD said we were fortunate because of one reason. Dwayne Wade. The first year in the Big East, we had Dwayne Wade. Well, we got fortunate. We had Doug McDermott. But one of the things, and I don't mean to disparage DePaul, but one of the things that my staff heard me say a lot the first 2 or 3 years in the Big East was, we don't want to be a DePaul. We have to be good, and we have to be good quickly. Jay Wright asked me after 3 or 4 years in the league, he said, what was the biggest adjustment? You guys have made the adjustment, obviously, but what was the biggest adjustment you had to make? And I said, it's the physicality of the league. Night after night after night, the physicality of the league. The games are officiated with a lot more contact, a lot more physicality. But in the Northeast, he said, at Villanova, at St. John's, at Georgetown, you go right down the list, you guys have perimeter players that look like they ought to be football tailbacks or linebackers, and you have power forwards and centers that look like they ought to be offensive tackles. And we can't find those kids in the Midwest. And he said, you know why? I said, why? He said, football.
Yeah.
So, what do you mean? He said, name the best football program in the Northeast. Now, this was 10 or 15 years ago. I said, Penn State. He said, okay, what's the second best football program in the Northeast? I said, I don't know. He said, we got 200 million people in the Northeast. And he said, if you're 6'2" and 220, you're playing football. If you're 6'8" and 260, you're playing basketball. I mean, you're 6'8" and 260, you're playing basketball. In the Midwest, if you're 6'2" and 220, you're playing football. If you're 6'8" and 280, you're playing football. He said, football isn't as big in the Northeast. And because of that, we get physical players, and we have a very physical league. And he said, I understand why you guys have had more difficulty getting physicality. And you have to give Mac a lot of credit, because he's adjusted the way we play. You know, the let it fly, the high tempo, the shoot the perimeter threes takes away some of the physicality of the game. And Mac has been able to do that.
Ras, we've seen it, and we're seeing it. I mean, it seems like we get a new one every week, every other week, of, you know, older coaches, whether it's in football or basketball, who are like, I can't do this anymore with the NIL, with the portal, and everything has changed. Yet these two keep going on and keep doing it, even though there's some old school elements to the way both Dana and Mac do their business. Is that surprising to you that, you know, they're able to persevere through this radical change of the last 5 years?
Well, they're passionate about coaching. They're passionate about teaching. They're passionate about the relationship and the culture. It's an addiction. And when you're around this men's basketball team, and you have been for a number of years, you don't get a family. You don't get that atmosphere very much anymore. And even in business, you don't have that relationship where you've got a really close group of people that you really respect and like, that are focused on the same thing. There are coaches today that like the new system. A Rick Pitino doesn't have to go into high school. He's just going and getting players. You see the Caliparis and the Patinos that really like this new system, but you see the Dana Altmans, the Greg McDermotts, the Jay Wrights, you see the Tony Bennett's, that have been into development and watching kids change, not just change for the better individually and as part of a team in a basketball sense, but to see them be better prepared to be leaders in their families, in their businesses, in their communities when they graduate. So they feel like you're not making a 4-year decision, you're making a 60-year decision. And that's an addiction, and that's the way both those guys are wired. I don't think either one of them like the way it is today. But again, they're both into, I'm going to be better tomorrow than I was today. And I'm going to change, and I'm going to adapt. And I'm here to serve you under the conditions that we have today, not complain about the way it used to be.
Bruce, I hope you take a moment just to soak it in tonight and just revel in what is going on. I mean, this is all, I think it's just tremendous that it's not very often you have the winningest coach then followed by the next winningest coach. Last night, Bill Self just broke Fog Allen's record. Of course, there's many coaches that were in between those two, but that back-to-back 327, and hopefully tonight after tonight, 328.
And I hope Mac's here for a couple hundred more.
I do too. Though he keeps threatening. I'm gonna move that golf course someday. Ras, thanks again. I always appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you tonight.
Well, thank you, John and Josh. Thank you.
You bet. Bruce
Thank you,
Rasmussen,
Ras.
ladies and gentlemen, former Creighton athletic director, and in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, the most important man in the history of Creighton athletics. Bar none.
Hard to argue, man.
And so humble. You know, he's talked about being the broken clock. You know, broken clock's right twice, so he's matched the broken clock. He hired Kirsten Bernthal Booth. He hired Ed Service.
Yep.
He hired Brent Vignes, the former softball coach, who's the winningest coach of any sport in Creighton history. He hired Jim Flannery.
And Greg.
He's hired all of these successful coaches.
Moved to the Big East.
Yeah,
pretty incredible. And
really, it's worth it to go back. Steve Pivovar, our late friend who wrote the definitive book on the history of Creighton basketball, to go back to how close this program was to not really existing. Maybe having to drop down to Division II, Division III, because the commitment wasn't there. And I think Ras made a great point. I'm glad we singled it out. You know, the community, the boosters, everybody had to pitch in and say, well, not only do we need to go hire this dude from Wilbur, Nebraska, but we also got to put more capital into the product so that he has a chance to succeed. And then with Mac and moving to the Big East, you know, they just, a few years ago created the Champions Circle, which has been a huge benefit to, helping the program. And now, of course, with NIL and the Bird Club, those things, that kind of backbone, that wasn't there 30-ish years ago when Dana was hired.
Yeah.
And those things had to be created as this whole process has moved on.
Bayman writes on YouTube, I am tweaking right now to find out the word of the game. I need my word fix. We forgot to do that with Happer. Now, Star Wars Fiend says John's word should be gubbins. Those gubbins from Houston Christian thought they stood a chance against history. So gubbins is a slang term in British.
I can't use a slang word.
No, it means a foolish or futile person.
Yeah, but Houston Christian's not futile or foolish.
What about the refs, though?
Well, I'm hoping there's not any bad calls today.
Yeah, good. Ha ha ha. Hilarious.
Well,
that's like saying I'm hoping the sun doesn't rise.
Believe it or not every game has bad officiating.
So you don't
Evan Burrows, you suck!
You could have said, you gubbins!
I will keep that in the back of my head.
Gubbins is a great insult.
I'll keep that in the back of my head.
We'll find a different word. We'll find a different word.
For a future reference.
It feels dirty not doing this without Happer.
Yeah. We made a huge mistake. We need help from our friends of the Grum to remind us.
We spent the whole crossover talking about tapes.
Yeah, exactly. We did.
Travis is triggered. He says, listening to John drool over Creighton nonsense is almost as bad as listening to Mitch Holthus, who is coming up in about 15 minutes. So get ready for more drool.
I'll get a napkin to clean off your drool.
Nice.
Well, coming up next, how much is Josh drooling over this weekend's football schedule?
So I'm drooling away, folks.
Stay tuned. It's Fired Up for Football next on 1620 The Zone.
2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears as Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Oh, we are definitely fired up. It's week 12 of the college football season. It's week 11 of the National Football League.
Wish I could say the F word to you right now on the air, John. F you, John!
Oh, like the one from the tape.
Like the one from the tape. You're Husker fans. I'm Bo Pelini. F you. F all of you.
So you don't want to be fired up for football?
I'm fired up, but you just always have so much glee in your voice about the numbers
I have
flying.
glee because this is brought to you by Warhorse Sportsbook here in Omaha. Here is your Thursday, Friday games.
You always forget about Wednesday
because
action.
Wednesday night's a great night for Jay's Hoops.
Akron,
Tonight
Northern
at 8
Illinois.
On 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Eastern Michigan at Ohio. Kent State at Miami of Ohio. All those games are at 6, John. Get ready for football or for basketball while watching football.
Only one college game on Thursday night. It's East Carolina at Tulsa.
Yeah, there's a good NFL game, though.
Friday, North Texas is at Texas San Antonio. CBS Sports Network Friday night has Wyoming and Colorado State. The game on Fox. UCLA is back, folks.
Dude, they're on a nice little winning streak now, 3 in a row. Can they make it 4 to get to 5 wins on the year?
They're at Washington, and in the Big 12 Conference, classic Big 12 rivalry. Houston and Arizona at 9:15 on FS1.
Football.
On Saturday, big noon in Boulder. Big 10 a.m. kickoff, am I right?
People forget about time zones.
Colorado and Utah. Can't wait to hear Gus Johnson just drool all over the prime.
Why is everyone drooling these days? And to be fair, Colorado's good. You should drool away.
Number 3, Texas is at Arkansas
That's
on
old
ABC.
Rivalry. Bring out Nixon's corpse for this one.
Southwest
Nixon's
Conference,
corpse.
baby.
Nixon was at the Texas-Arkansas game, Nick, back in the 60s.
Was he really at the game, or was he saying he was at the game, but he was really trying to get secrets from the DNC?
Nice, Nick. No, he was there. He proclaimed them as number 1 team in the country, and the voters were like, okay, I guess they're number 1.
Yep.
I'm serious.
Yep.
It was a different time.
That's what a leader does. Just very definitive, just goes. ESPN's got Clemson at Pittsburgh. The Big Ten, I only put this on here because
of Wrigley.
Because it's at Wrigley Field.
Wrigley, get down.
Wrigley, get down.
Yeah, that's fun. Ohio State at Northwest. It's the football will not be fun.
No.
The football will be bad, probably.
Serious question.
Serious answer.
Will it?
Why didn't CBS pick Nebraska USC instead of Penn State Purdue?
Maybe Fox had a pick before them. Maybe Fox beat them to the punch.
Maybe, but
I mean, it's still network TV. Yeah.
How does Purdue end up on
Purdue!
network TV 2 weeks in a row
Purdue!
to get just bum rushed?
Dude, get them off my television. Not my television.
Boston College, SMU on ESPN.
Boston College, I don't believe it.
There it is.
LSU, Florida on ABC.
That game used to be fun.
Virginia, Notre Dame on NBC. And the one ranked versus ranked game we get in the early window, again, is on the SEC Network. They get all the great games.
Mid-ass conference with their mid-ass teams propping everyone up at the top. Oh, but look at South Carolina. They're mid.
Oh, but the Big Ten is such an easy schedule.
Number 23, Missouri, who could beat anybody in the Big Ten, versus number 21, South Carolina, who could do it with one hand tied behind their back.
Wow.
One wing.
Missouri sucks.
And, of course,
there it is.
Nebraska USC, 3 p.m. Remember, 3 p.m., not 2:30 on Fox. Big Red Overreaction will only be here on the Zone Creighton basketball will be on 101.9 The Keg.
Yes, and it will still be on zonetv.live, the 1620 The Zone YouTube page, many places, but on AM radio, just AM radio.
Saturday night, FS1, the Rutgers in Maryland.
Nope.
CBS Sports Network, Boise State, San Jose State at 6.
They keep playing with their food, man. Boise State keeps playing with their food. Watch out for them.
ESPN primetime, Arizona State at Kansas State.
Arizona State's still in the Big 12 races we talked about yesterday.
The featured game of the weekend from America's Conference, the SEC.
I don't like New
Number
Jersey.
7, Tennessee is at number 12, Georgia.
Sweet home to me.
On NBC, it's Oregon at Wisconsin.
See, if you're an SEC fan in this game, you would root for Wisconsin, so then you could say, oh, look, our conference is so tough, instead of Big Ten fans who would say, you're a tire fire, you lost to Wisconsin. Pretty wild how that works for one league versus another.
I mean, Wisconsin does suck.
They do, but so does South Carolina. So does Missouri.
South Carolina does not suck.
Missouri does. Missouri's not very good. Who's their best one? Vandy.
And who's Vandy's best win? Alabama!
Yeah, well, Missouri didn't beat Alabama. They got
SEC
boat
Network again, America's Network, New Mexico State at Texas A&M. Fox has Cincinnati, Iowa State.
I hate that they're not ranked anymore.
Yep.
Well, this one could be interesting. BYU hosting Kansas. Suddenly,
short
hot
faves again.
Kansas.
Yeah, BYU, another short fave.
And San Diego State, UNLV. Let's move on to the pros. Commanders, Eagles, Thursday Night Football on Prime. Sunday noon on Fox, Packers, Bears.
Gross.
Sunday noon on CBS, Ravens, Steelers.
Hell yes.
Congrats, Steelers, for winning.
No.
They always beat the Ravens.
And
No,
then
they don't.
Chiefs,
Most of the
Bills on CBS in the late
Let's
afternoon.
go.
I bet the Steelers have won this series.
The Bengals at the Chard on NBC Sunday night.
Oh, remember when one of us said the Chargers were going to be good this year? Man, that take has aged well.
Go Chargers!
Go Chargers, go!
The Chargers might as well be a Big Ten team with all the softies they've beaten, and yet they lose to the toughies. Oh, and then Monday Night Football, we get...
Don't watch it, folks. Don't watch. Don't.
As far as the out-of-market games, they're all pretty
Yeah, honestly, we got the games that we would have wanted locally.
Except the late afternoon. Falcons, Broncos, Seahawks, 49ers are both good games.
Yeah, for sure. And
potentially
so
good games.
it's nice because that means in the late afternoon window, just 3 games, so it's easier to divide if you have a Sunday ticket. The early games, yeah, the local ones are much better.
Let's check out the...
What? Why did I go with a B+ for the NFL? That's way too low.
Why did...
I don't know. I
The real question is, why did you go with only a C for college football?
Not as much. Not
whereas
enough
I
rank
gave
on
it a
rank.
C. Oh, hang on a second. I got to pick. Hello.
Oh, is that Mitch Holthus?
Hey, Tony. How you doing? Hey, congrats. 4 teams in the top 5. Nicely done.
Go Big Ten, baby.
Yeah, I know. You scheduled it that way. All the softies. Yeah. Hey, Tony, real quick question. Baseball. I know. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Oh, what? You want me to? Okay, I'll do that. Anyway, as I was saying.
What a bit.
I gave the NFL an A-. Josh. Oh, hang on. Hello? Mr. Sankey. Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, I know. You guys got hosed. Yep. You want me to... Oh, tell him. That was Mr. Petiti and Mr. Sankey. You're being excommunicated from the football honks of the world.
That's not true.
For giving college only a C grade.
That's not true.
Wow. Unbelievable, Josh. What a hater of college football you are.
I love college football. I'll be watching it all weekend long. Because I don't have to do overreaction this weekend.
Trouble, man.
No, I'm fine.
Great.
Now I've triggered Severe. How do you not know anything about South Carolina and all those NFL players? The D-line is vicious. You've not watched them. I have. I'm just trying to troll
Michael.
John.
Thank you, Michael.
Because a week ago he loved Indiana.
You can't troll me with the falsities.
When people say something,
fake
John is
news.
like, I don't like when people agree. I'm going to just take the exact opposite opinion. I'm trying to troll John because he's annoying me with his stupid football team.
You know what's better?
What?
South Carolina's name. The Cox.
Okay, are we
What
children?
does the Big Ten have? Who?
They have Coach Siggs. We banned cigarette commercials, but they have Coach Siggs. Cigarettes are back.
Yeah, but we didn't ban the Cox.
Never. We will never ban those.
By the way, have you ever listened to a South Carolina radio broadcast?
No, I'm not a freak.
They play that.
I watch football. I watch it. I don't listen to
but
it.
I'm in the. You can't watch it when you're driving in the car.
No offense to anyone who calls football.
When I'm driving home, from a late night Jays game, I turn on different college games.
I'm
and
always
I
home.
hear South Carolina.
All right, we should probably talk to Mitch Holthus.
How many Bruns laughs?
Well, Josh says 0
3.
for college football.
Give it like literally the next grade lower than you on both. It's the same grade.
Hang on, hold on.
No, we got to go to break.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking to you. That was Larry Scott 2.0. He also thinks you're an idiot.
What up, Brett?
So next on 1620 The Zone with Mitch.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome to the Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
35-yard attempt from the far hash. Dixon, the punter, will hold. Raboni is the long snapper. Lutz waiting for the snap. Placement is down. Lutz's kick is blocked. It's blocked. It's blocked. The Chiefs blocked the kick. They're going to stay undefeated.
The Kansas City Chiefs block a 35-yard field goal attempt. Kansas City wins this game on a blocked field goal.
That was last week. So, Mitch, here's what the deal was. We were playing a game at 4 o'clock, and I was getting ready to interview Mac, and I had the game on my computer at courtside. But when I interview Mac, we kind of go off to the side somewhere. And it was as the Broncos were getting ready to kick the field goal. And my best friend is a huge Broncos fan. And when I do the pregame interview, I use my phone. So I was half expecting at some point in the middle of a Mac answer from my phone to just start buzzing because my friend would be texting me. And we go through the interview and my phone never buzzes. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, something weird has happened. And so I open up my score app.
Disturbance in the force.
And I see the final score. And I turned to Mac and I said, I think Broncos missed the field goal. And Mac was like, they did? Because we both knew they were about ready to kick it. So we were very surprised.
That it was blocked. Leo Chenal from Grantsburg, Wisconsin was not surprised.
Nope.
But the only thing, we're both on the play-by-play business, all three of us are, I guess. And you always think, God, I wish I would have said this at that time. Sometimes you hit it, sometimes you miss it. Don't you know, I wish I would have said it's not a walk-off, but a block-off. I missed it.
Oh, that is a good one.
You tell Mac hi for me and tell him that block was for him.
By the way, Mac tonight is going, if he wins tonight, he will break Dana's record of wins at Creighton tonight.
Creighton is blessed to have those two guys, and it goes back to Bruce Rasmussen, who knew who to hire, when to hire him. K-State was totally it's one of the worst things I've seen K-State do, and it's my school. I've told you that. I'm in their Hall of Fame, but to run off Dana, but it turned into changing his life. And Mac will tell you this. I was doing his game, Iowa State at Colorado, and it ain't going so good. And he's trying to figure out where Doug's going to go. And I might have told you the story. I
don't think so.
And I'll tell it to you another 10 times. Well, so I've got the game for ESPN. And, I know Mac from the UNI days, and I just have incredible respect for him and what they've gone through, of course, with his wife going through cancer and such. But anyway, we're just sitting on this concrete floor. Like the floor is, and he's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got to figure out what's Doug going to do. He had actually committed, I think, to UNI.
He did.
And, but anyway, I thought, think of what life has happened for Dana Altman and Greg McDermott since those two moments, because they were low. This was the bottom part of their career for both of them, maybe the lowest for both of them, and they have both just thrived. And who benefited the most but the Creighton University Blue Jays and the Jay fans to get those two cats and combine the wins. That's a pretty good run from 1994 until now. So give congrats to Mac and just tell him I'm thinking of him, and that blocked field goal was for him.
All right, I will do that. He was happy anyway because the Steelers won.
Hey, speaking, Mitch, of
I was a Steeler fan.
of a good run. Obviously, it's been a great start to this year. So I was just looking back just to jog my memory of the other games that have gone down to the wire. The Baltimore game ends on the foot out of bounds in week 1.
Yep.
Cincinnati walk-off field goal. Atlanta, they have 2 drives that get into the red zone, and they're stuffed on both of them. The OT game versus Tampa on Monday, and then the block field goal that's 5 games that essentially go down to the very last play. Was this the most memorable of them all so far, given the rivalry component and that it ends on a block field goal, which is kind of a rarity for a game to end like that?
And you have you think it's a 1% chance of winning, 1% chance of getting a block field goal. And I think it's almost 1% of 1% that block field goal would win the game. I mean, you're talking about you go 2 lifetimes and not see a block field goal as a block off and win a game like that ever again. I mean, it's so remarkable. But this goes back, I think maybe a month ago, I was saying, if you win close games like if Creighton in the Big East has won, 15 games by 3 points or less, that's considered a strength. In the NFL, it's considered a weakness for whatever reason. And think about what you just laid out in those games. all of those are different, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Josh and John, these are all different ways to win this game. That tells you it's impressive. It's not luck. This one was special teams. They knew they could blow the dude up in the B gap, and they just rolled that cat over. And then Denver played to their hands by moving the ball over to the right hash. Evidently, Lutz wanted the right hash, so instead of downing the ball in the middle of the field, he wanted it on the right hash. Well, that plays in. The trajectory has to go right into that B gap that gets destroyed by the Chiefs. All right. Well, they knew that. They'd scouted that, and they're thinking, we could block this because we're going to roll this dude over. All right. Then you want it offensively. You want it defensively. So to me, that's more of a testimony that you have a team that's comprehensive and, to use the cliche, knows how to win. But isn't that on display here? More than, oh, my gosh, they're lucky, or the refs love them, or man, they get bailed out. That's not a bailout. I mean, that's a lack. And Denver's good. Denver's going to be in the playoffs. And Bo Nix is good. And he's a 24-year-old rookie. I told you he's 2 weeks older than Nick Bolton, who's in his 4th year for us. And he's older, but he's good. He's good. I mean, Denver's legit. But that was a colossal fail on their part and a big-time play by the special teams of the Chiefs on our part.
Now we look to Buffalo, the game that people have been circling on their calendar for a long time. Certainly the folks in Buffalo have been circled that game for a very long time. I'm curious, Mitch, one of the things that did come out of Sunday was how Denver was able to pressure Mahomes. 12 pressures, 4 sacks, could have been even more if Mahomes hadn't been able to use his magic feet to, escape some of those pass rush. How big is the concern now heading into this game, given what happened last week, or how much of the credit do you give to the Broncos?
First of all, I'll give credit to the Broncos, and Nick Bonito did a great job. That's just a flesh-eating defense, and I told you guys that last week. That game was a huge concern for me all week long. Short week, Chiefs are beaten up, and that defense makes you earn every yard. Don't be tricked by the 41 points against Baltimore, because actually that was a product of Sean Payton going for it on 4th down 5 times in that game. So that can just throw everything off. But it is a concern. And the fact that it was just lightning fast when Kingsley Suamaitea came in. It's not just the pressure. It came to a point where Mahomes couldn't even react and the blind side. So that becomes a difficulty when you now add A.J. Epinesa into the mix, and Greg Rousseau specifically. Von Miller's still on the team, but I think Von's near the end of the career here. But those other 2 guys have been a menace for us anytime. We played these guys. This is the 8th time we'll play them with Josh Allen against Mahomes, going back to 2018. It feels like a division game, and big games we played against them. But pressure is paramount by these guys. They live by it. Now here's your stat, one of the stats of the night. But people look at the Chiefs and go, how are they 9-0, man? I'm just puking over this. They're 9-0. Well, Buffalo is 8-2, but they've only beaten one team with a winning record, Arizona, 34-28, and they're living off the giveaway takeaway. They have 19 takeaways. So it's not just pressure, John and Josh. It is pressure and ripping the ball away and 77 takeaway points. I mean, they're blowing away the league in those 2 categories, and they've only turned it over 6 times. So they're plus 13 in the giveaway takeaway. So backside pressure especially, protection's always paramount, but against certain teams, it's like Denver, you can't get behind the chains against Denver. They'll just roast you. Against Buffalo, you cannot do -1 or -2, or you're not going to win this game.
Mitch,
-1, -2 in the giveaway takeaway.
You mentioned this is the 8th game, or they played 8 times since 2018.
No, this will be the 8th.
This will be the 8th game.
Yeah, Josh Allen's 3-1 in the regular season against the Chiefs, and Mahomes is 3-0 in the postseason against the Bills.
Okay, so with that then, how is this version different? Let's just say versus the one that you have seen the last 2 years. They make the trade recently for Amari Cooper. He does not play last week. So they've lost and changed over a lot of this roster. It is definitely not the one that you saw back in 2018. So I wonder how you think this one compares to the recent iterations of the Bills.
Vastly different.
Yeah.
Vastly different. The 8-2 start has kind of clouded the discussion about the Bills throughout the offseason about is their window closing. They peeled off a bunch of dudes to get under the salary cap. Here's your quiz question tonight, is how many wide receivers played against the Chiefs last January in the AFC divisional game
who
will be on this field this Sunday.
For the Bills?
For the Bills. How many wide receivers for the Bills will be on this field in this game for the Bills?
Is the answer
we're
zero?
in the game. One.
I was going to guess one.
Shakir, that's it.
Okay.
Wow. That's
Shakir.
crazy.
Yep, that's it. And look at us. I mean, Hardman, but Worthy was not. Juju was not. Obviously, DeAndre Hopkins was not.
Right.
I mean, these two teams have changed over more than you think. And then defensively, you guys, their secondary is almost completely different. No Tre'Davious White, no Poyer, no Micah Hyde. These guys are in the secondary. In fact, they've given up a slug of 20-point plays, 20-plus plays. And they've given up some points here now. If they don't get the turnovers, if they don't get the pressure that you guys alluded to earlier, they are vulnerable at their second and third levels because of injuries, and they're playing a bunch of young dudes in that secondary. Now, they've been aggressive, but they've also given up a bunch of big plays, and they've kind of skirted the issue on a couple of Josh Allen's bailed them out a couple times, but still, this defense, vastly different than the one we played in January.
By the way, it's been very quiet. Have we heard from Stibbs since Sunday?
Not in relation to
the
football.
Guy that's on the reels, it's just like losing his mind. Like so many reels have been like, God, these guys need some help here.
I have to imagine he had like 8 different social media posts that he was just ready to fire off in like rapid fire succession.
Yeah.
And then it didn't happen.
No, it did not.
Oof.
They're making the playoffs, though. I'm going to give.
I think so.
I wanted to ask you that because they have been
They're
a really impressive team this year.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but first of all, you got to find it. You have to fill the bracket out.
Yeah.
In both, I think the AFC
Yes.
and NFC. So the race is going to be Bengals sitting here at 4 wins, with still a bunch of hard games left, and those guys, I think, for like a 7 seed. I think the Chargers will make it. They look like a 6 seed, and then both Pittsburgh and Max, Pittsburgh Steelers will make it along with the Ravens.
Yeah.
But there's your field, Houston, Kansas City. I mean, that's it. There you go. Let her rip. And here we're sitting here on November the 13th talking like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs. You'll be able to hear his call, 325 kickoff over on News Talk 1290. I will pass along your regards to Mac, Mitch. Appreciate it. And we'll talk to you next week.
Tell him thank you, too. So many things he's done, including being from Cascade, Iowa, so that I think about him every time I put the detergent in the dishwasher. I think of Mac in Cascade, Iowa.
We use Cascade.
Yes.
Everyone uses Cascade.
Might too, yeah.
That's right. It's where it came from. Yeah, for sure.
The little pods. Okay. We use the pods.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Use the pod.
That's a pool or a pod. Pod would be good.
I love podcasts.
Yeah.
Take care. Made in Cascade, Iowa.
Take care, Mitch.
Bye, Mitch.
See ya.
Mitch
Bye,
Holthus, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Poor Stibbs. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about him on Sunday.
I kept waiting for that phone to buzz. I just kept waiting for the phone to buzz.
Remember when Tony Soprano, Tony and Carmella, they got in that big argument, Whitecaps, season finale, episode 4, or season 4, and he just starts punching the wall.
Yeah.
That was Stibbs on Sunday. I'm guessing. I didn't ask.
You think Stibbs is a wall puncher?
I imagine
that's an insulting thing to say to somebody.
Is it?
You think he drinks Monster and punches walls? No. Is his name Kyle?
No. My best friend growing up name was Kyle.
Did he drink Monster and punch walls?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a few years. Hope not.
Well, coming up next, it is time for Dumb Debates.
Oh, what do we have in Dumb Debates today, John?
A lot of stuff.
Okay, perfect.
A lot of good stuff. A reminder, big game blowout, $15K giveaway on the Zone.
What?
Enter to win big this holiday season with $15,000. You can enter to win now at 1620thezone.com.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Dumb Debates is on the air.
Listen or not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Hi there. This is Dumb Debates. This is the segment of the week where we allow you to take over the program by asking us your debates, giving us topics, telling us these are the issues of our day. These are the things that must be meted out in a public forum and a decision must be made. And you can submit your dumb debates anytime. It does not have to be inside a certain window. This isn't like voting. We only get from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is like write-in voting where it can happen any day of the week. You just get your ballot. Now, we don't send you a ballot. You have to actually submit it to us. But
And it's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Hashtag dumb debates.
Maybe we should send out a ballot. Dumb to ballot.
And just like voting in some places, you can do it multiple times.
You can do it multiple times. We love dumb debates questions from our regulars.
Yes, because sometimes they're the best.
Yeah.
Use the hashtag dumb debates if you're on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, or just put dumb debates in the subject line when you send us your email into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Like this one, you mentioned you can send it any time. This one was sent 2 days ago on November the 11th from Sean. Your favorite NFL team has two quarterbacks, and you must start one of these two in a playoffs or bust scenario. Who are you choosing? Daniel Jones or Cooper Rush? This is an easy one.
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, it's definitely Daniel Jones.
Because Daniel Jones is...
He's won a playoff game.
He can't make the Dolphins worse.
He could run for 70 yards.
He could. That's the thing with him. He has some mobility to it. He's got a little scoop to his game. Cooper Rush has zero.
Now, that
scoot.
said, if you gave me the options of Cooper Rush or Dak Prescott, then the answer is Cooper.
Then I know what you would do, John. Then I know what you would do, you absolute monster.
Sipple's lost tea. It's been a while.
Oh, I didn't realize Sipple's lost tea was still out there.
He's still a thing, and he's still a lost tea.
And spectacular.
If prunes are dried fruit,
Yep.
then where do we get prune juice considering the prune is dehydrated?
Well, isn't a prune is a dried plum specifically, right?
Correct. It's a dehydrated plum. This is a great point by Sipple's Lost Tea. It's not like we drink... Do we drink raisin juice?
Well, could you puree?
I don't know, do we?
Could you puree?
I've
the
never
prune?
heard of raisin juice.
It looks like it's a thing.
It is?
Raisin juice are raisins that have been soaked overnight so they become plump and juicy, then pulped or mashed so they release their delicious flavors.
I mean, Nick, I
did
think
raisin
you're right.
juice write that?
You know, you're
big raisin juice.
Wow, here's a dumb debates. If we from Reddit, if we have prune juice, why don't we have raisin juice? John, I thought you said you hated Reddit, and here you are. Is this your account? Anum_Kara?
You got me.
Nailed it.
Got me.
You got me. So wait, what was the original
Hashtag
question here?
RIP Walter White.
What was the original question here?
Where do we get prune juice from considering the prune is dehydrated?
So wait, a prune is always dehydrated?
Yeah, the prune.
A prune, it's a raisin. It's a plum raisin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a raisin is a grape.
I don't like prunes.
You didn't know that prunes were dehydrated?
No, honestly, I had no thoughts on prune. So a prune is a plum? What are plums?
Fruit.
I don't
You've
know.
never heard of a plum?
I have. I just don't know what it is.
It's just a small. It's like usually like reddish purple.
We don't have plums at my house.
It's a very juicy fruit.
Really?
Yeah.
Not to be confused with juicy fruit.
With juicy fruit, the gum.
Yeah, nice.
I don't know many people that eat plums.
Yeah, why don't people eat plums?
The only time I ever think of plums is when I hear, the Christmas Carol thing about plum pudding.
Yes, that's true. I don't know anything about plums otherwise.
Well, now you do. Now you know that when they're dehydrated, they're called prunes.
It's nice to learn sometimes, John. It's really nice to learn.
I mean,
Jordan says because prune juice sounds better than plum juice. That's some plum juice? That does sound gross. Isn't prune juice, that's what you drank when you got to poop?
Yeah, it helps you poop.
It helps you poop.
Does it do anything else? Is it like coffee then?
Well, because what makes you poop in coffee?
Coffee helps you poop. It gets you regular.
Is that the
It does?
Is that the caffeine in coffee that makes you poop? Or what is it about coffee that makes you poop?
Coffee doesn't help you go number two?
I'm
a very regular pooper now that I drink coffee. It's been a game changer in my life the last decade.
I never put the two together.
What? Everybody does. They drink coffee to get the bowels moving.
That's the only reason they drink coffee?
And because it also wakes you up. I love coffee. God, what a great
That would
start to the
explain
day.
why there's like 18 stalls in every Starbucks.
You gotta poop? You didn't know this?
No.
What? That's crazy.
I thought people drank coffee because they like the caffeine. They like the smell of the coffee.
Here's a story from the Cleveland Clinic titled, "Why Does Coffee Make You Poop?" with Dr. Christine Lee. Let's see. Oh, it's a transcript of a podcast. I'd rather listen to it than read it. Let's see. Caffeine acting as a stimulant. It does stimulate our motility, our gut functions, and therefore it does positively impact GI motility.
So you're saying that Mountain Dew has been missing an opportunity all these years to promote healthy pooping?
I think so.
So in the old Mountain Dew commercial used to go, "Do it to it, Mountain Dew." It should have been, "Do it to it."
Nice.
Mountain Dew.
Not as
number
much
2.
coffee in Mountain Dew, right? Compared to coffee?
There's no coffee in Mountain Dew.
Not as much caffeine in Mountain Dew compared to coffee, right?
I believe you're correct.
Coffee has a lot of caffeine, if I remember right.
I never put those two things together.
That's wild. So now you're going to start thinking about it all the time.
Great.
Yeah, like if I'm
sitting there drinking coffee, like, oh, I gotta poop.
Like I have coffee every day. The only time in which my coffee schedule is really affected is if I am traveling and I don't feel like making a pot and then cleaning it before I leave. And so then I'm like, I'll get it at the airport. But my poop schedule is always thrown off for the whole day. Yep.
And I've never thought of this.
This is wild. I figured you would have known about this.
No.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Well, speaking of poop,
nice.
Sam said, "I need your takes on this Drew McGarry fun bag topic yesterday.
Oh.
Which sport would be the most unpleasant to compete in while wearing a diaper full of poop?"
Oh.
Which sport?
I miss the fun bag. I haven't read a fun bag in forever.
It's still there. He still writes it.
I thought it was like behind a paywall.
Yeah.
I ain't paying for no damn fun bag.
Let's see. I mean, swimming would be pretty gross.
That'd be nasty.
Because we weighing you down.
Yeah.
Well, football, if somebody tackles you the wrong way, it'll be like a gusher.
Yeah, but
Well,
people,
see,
people have played with poop
Now,
in their
there
pants.
are sports that it would be more uncomfortable for others if you were playing with a diaper full of poop, namely football.
Yeah, there was a football
Especially
player.
if you are a team that goes under center a lot.
Who was it the other day? There was a player in the NFL this weekend who it looked like he had pooped his pants.
Well, that was just the whole Cowboys.
Damn it. Who was that?
I
There
don't
was
know.
somebody,
Yeah,
he
I
had
don't
white
know.
pants on, and it looked like he had crapped himself. And now I can't remember which
I
of the
don't know.
games that I
Not
watched this
sure.
weekond. Swimming would seem to be difficult just because of the weighing.
Yes,
weighing
definitely. But
horse
this is,
riding?
But this is unpleasant.
Well, that would suck for the horse.
Unpleasant. Well, a lot of times the jockeys kind of stand in that standing crouch.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Yeah. You're not really, your ass isn't.
I think basketball would be one because you're doing a lot of you're
Especially if your shorts
moving
accidentally get
all
pulled
around.
down, that happens a lot.
Plus the rug, like all that.
I have been calling Creighton games for the last 12 years. I've never seen anyone get their shorts pulled down on the floor.
Who was it? Derrick Henry's
How can you
ass.
see past Coach Mack?
That's a good point, John. Derrick Henry's butt was shown on primetime on Thursday because his pants got pulled down. Yeah.
Did it reveal a diaper full of poop?
No, there was not a diaper full of poop. Oh, man, I just had the answer to this question, and now I can't remember what it was. Oh, no. Okay, so you had children. What do you have to put on them so they don't get a rash? Like baby powder, right?
There's like some baby
talcum powder.
So you got poop in your pants and you're running around. The rash on the kibbles and bits would just be a problem. Plus, it'd be all over the place. It would be gross.
What about stock car racing? Because you would have to sit with it. It gets really hot in those cars.
Yes. Yeah.
They already do
that would be very unpleasant because you got the heat.
You got the G-forces.
And that will help with the smell.
Yeah.
And you've got a helmet on.
The fire suit.
And so once it gets into the system, it's just like you can't get rid of it.
Uh-huh.
A text from a guest beyond the grave. A former friend of the Grum. Olympic wrestling would be pretty unpleasant.
Oh.
That's gnarly. Good to hear from you.
But
again,
would that be most uncomfortable for the participant or the person they're competing against?
Mustache Adam says running a marathon would be pretty darn uncomfortable. Thank you for thinking about the runners.
Yeah, but we said sport.
Wow.
But going back to wrestling,
yeah,
I think that would be an advantage for the wrestler who had a poopy diaper.
Would it?
Well, sure, because the other guys got to grab you around that area. And they got
man, a handful of garbage.
Exactly.
Oh,
I think
look
that
at these plums. Wait.
I mean, I'm not saying it would not be uncomfortable for the wrestler with the poopy diaper, but I would think it would be even more advantageous psychologically.
Yeah.
If the guy was reaching around knowing that, he's trying to, get you in a leg lock and all of a sudden it's like he feels that squish. He knows that squish ain't his bits.
Let's flip this around. What sport do you think it wouldn't benefit you, but is the least bothersome if you would poop yourself? I'm going to say baseball.
Why?
You could poop yourself and play baseball.
You still got to run, though.
Yeah, you could poop yourself and play
sliding
baseball.
Not in those Nike pants. Everyone would see it.
If you slide, though, people...
Can you imagine that Fabergé egg Shohei who's probably got, my shoulder hurts again because I
World
slipped.
Series champion Fabergé egg.
Sliding in and all of a sudden he just feels that gush.
Maybe people will think
sloshing
it's
around
the
in his...
dirt, though, John. Oh, he's got dirt on his pants because he slid.
By the way, Star Wrestling points out, Nick, you've been playing the wrong kind of basketball. Yeah, you think people's pants are falling down every 5
Every basketball game I've ever played, all of our pants got taken off. I don't know what you guys are.
What kind of basketball are you playing?
Yeah,
Very normal
basketball.
Very normal
Steven points out cycling.
Yeah.
Those seats are uncomfortable.
Yeah. I hate those seats.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of cycling, though,
yeah.
where it's similar to the horse jockeying, where they're not really sitting down.
Yeah, but that
could run down
that's
your
a good
leg.
point. By the way, Connor Happer's chimed in. Yet again, listening to my dear friends on Unsportsmanlike while #fighting traffic to get downtown for an 8 p.m. tip-off. Pleased to hear them talking about the great subject of poop. This is why we are here for the friends of the Grum.
We are here for you.
Aaron of Papillion writes, is there an item or product that you seem to collect for no particular reason? As an example, I helped a friend of mine move a few years ago. When I helped them pack, they had a dozen bottles of the same maple syrup. I asked why, and they just always say they're running out and just grabbed it when at the store. They didn't seem to use syrup any more than usual. Do you have any items that you just have a random amount of?
It's usually some kind of canned items like canned vegetables or soup. It's usually stuff like that.
Yeah.
We've been a little bit better at that. There has been less soup brought into the house, and usually the canned vegetables get used because they go into Wrigley's food.
I have a lot of I have a cork board that hangs above my desk, and I like hang up stuff on there. I have like a variety of media passes from this last year, for example. But whenever somebody like writes me a note, I keep it and I hang it up. So like, Riss wrote me a really nice note at some point over the last year. And I was like, you know what? I want to have this one. I didn't want to put it away. I wanted to hang that. But I also have something from my dad from like 20 years ago. I have like a list of goals. John's bored out of his mind apparently about this emotional discussion. I got something from Home Field Apparel, and they were like, hey, here you go. Oh, he's writing me a note.
On a similar vein, mine are cards. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, thank you cards. I feel bad throwing those away because people spent the time to do that for you.
We reach that point every January or February where it's like, do we really need these holiday cards anymore, or should we just throw them away? Adam chimes in, floss. No idea why we buy so much floss.
I've been using
I always
those
feel like we're running out of floss.
I've been using those little floss pick things. I like those a lot.
I don't.
More than regular
I
floss.
like regular floss because it's like thicker and does a better job. I always floss my teeth after I eat chips.
That's probably good.
Yeah, because then I'm like, oh, wow, look at all these chips.
I need to do it after meat, like chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Like the shredded kind of. What are you doing, John? Are you gonna
He's writing me a note.
Are you going to read this to us?
Jordan writes, contact lens cases. That's a reminder that John should get out his glasses. Tony says, cup from Memorial Stadium. We used to do that, and my mom got really annoyed that we had like 1,000 souvenir cups for no reason.
I want this note now to be hanging in your... Josh, you are ugly, so GD ugly. Your teeth are distracting, and as always, the Cowboys suck ass.
I will not. I'm going to use that. I'm going to burn it and use it for warmth.
John, I like your handwriting.
For the winter.
That's the first time I have written something like at length.
Somewhat in cursive?
Yeah.
Check out the JTech Constructions on Twitter feed as well, folks.
Yeah. Nice.
Wow, thank you, John. We're not allowed to hang things up in the studio anymore, else I'd put this right here.
That'd be an excellent addition to the Wall of
Remember
Random.
the Wall of Random?
R.I.P. the Wall of
the
Random.
Wall of Random.
I miss it.
So many cool things on the Wall of Random.
Multiple Bo audio questions coming in.
Of course there are.
The first one is just this. Was Bo right?
Oh.
I think it meant about the fans.
In hindsight.
Was Bo right?
I'm inclined to say yes, but that's just because I'm a hater and I have met a lot of really annoying Nebraska fans.
Time has treated him well.
Star Wars
Given
Fiend.
what's happened around here.
Star Wars Fiend says, good Grum, gentlemen. You just came into the Bo Pelini audio tape, but it comes with a price. You can either sell the tape for $1 million. My emphasis, not his. But you will always be on the run and will have to be estranged from all friends
the snail.
And family, or you keep the tape a secret and bury it, and at some point in your life, you're blessed with great fortune. The catch, you do not know what the good fortune or when the good fortune will arrive or what it is, and it could be from anywhere from the day you hide it until the day you die. Are you running or stay?
What am I on the run from?
He says from loved ones, like apparently from the whole.
No, you're on the
Bo Leavers.
You're on the run, but then you are estranged from your friends and family. I would take it to mean you're on the run from the Bo Leavers with their pitchforks and torches.
Because my friends and family would not care if I leaked the tape. They would probably think it was funny.
No. You're estranged from them because you're on the run.
Oh, because I'm on the run.
You're on the run. They're going to murder you.
You're a cowboy on a steel horse you ride.
Exactly.
I mean, I would do the latter.
Yeah, I'll take the good fortune whenever it may come.
Yeah,
that
I like
sounds
good
good
fortune
to me.
Because maybe the good
$1 million
fortune
when
is
you're on the run
is $1,001.
There you go.
If I came out $1 ahead.
Hey, if you're on the run with $1 million, all you're doing is spending that money to stay hidden.
That's true.
That doesn't sound like very fun. I don't want to stay hidden for $1 million. Nah, I'm good. I like my friends.
Yeah, that's not worth it. You'd spend all your money? You'd have to get like an alias. What kind of a job would you have?
What if you just
then
get
eventually someone would recognize you, and then you have to go on the run again?
Facial
You're like the damn
reconstruction
fugitive.
surgery.
That would
with
cost
$1 million.
How much does that cost? Like $500,000?
You're freaking Richard Kimball, man. And you don't have the
I
smarts
don't
to
care.
be a doctor.
I think you could probably change your face for less than $500,000.
Can you?
I would think so.
Not for
Josh
a good
changed
doctor.
his face when he lost that bet. We still recognized him. Why? Because of the teeth.
Now, all Josh has to do is shave.
Yeah, and then I'm a different person. Like, who's that guy?
Why does that guy have such big teeth? Are you the wolf?
Yeah.
Declan writes,
hey, Declan.
Bigger red flag, overgrown fingernails or overgrown toenails?
Toenails.
Fingernails.
How do you know the toenails are overgrown if you don't see them?
Well, when I see overgrown toenails, I'm like, that's gross.
That's because feet are gross, though. Feet are just inherently gross.
Unless you're into feet.
But overgrown fingernails, like, I hope that person doesn't have a significant other because they'll be scratching them all the time.
Whenever I see overgrown fingernails, I just think they're into drugs.
Also, all the dirt that gets caked, like, if they keep them clean, sure.
Yeah.
But all the dirt that would get caked under there and other things.
I think it's the overgrown fingernails, again, because you can see them. They're always exposed. It'd be distracting.
Yeah.
You ever read the, well, maybe you didn't because, everything was online for you youngins, but if you were bored, and you just needed something to read, like when you're in the car and you had the Guinness Book of World Records, you just flip through it.
We had those.
There was the dude with the gnarly fingernails that curled
That's
all
what I was thinking
around.
of when you were reading the question, was the guy with the long fingernails.
Yeah.
That stuff's nice.
That freaks me out. The thing is,
Also,
the
it
overgrown
hurt.
toenails, unless the person's just going to wear open-toed shoes, at some point they'd have to take care of them, because you're not going to, get bigger shoes.
You got to walk.
Yeah,
Feet,
you got to be able to walk.
Feet are just kind of inherently gross. Like, even if the feet are taken care of, I still don't necessarily want to see feet. But like overgrown fingernails, you can control that. It's only gross if they're too long, but if you maintain, it's fine.
Well, you can maintain both. I mean, you can use their toenail clippers. Pretty easy. Now, this question would be answered much differently if Rex Ryan were here on the show.
Big feet guy, Nick. Huge feet guy.
He is. Big feet guy.
You think Bigfoot has a foot fetish?
That's a great question, Nick. That's a good dumb debates question. Trying to see if there's any that we missed from last week.
Well, here's one. This is going back about 2 months. I don't know if we did this one, so if we did, we'll just scratch it. Who would win? Now, this was back when the rumors had it.
Rumor had it
that Brittany Mahomes and T Swift were on the outs. Now, apparently, they're like shaking hands emoji. Mostly because Brittany's happy because her person won the election. Taylor's did not. But anyway, who would win in an MMA style fight? Brittany Mahomes or Taylor Swift?
Oh, yeah, I think we did do this.
Yeah, I think we settled on Brittany Mahomes because Brittany Mahomes is scrappy.
Yeah. There ain't no way.
She was
we did that one.
Poor longer.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think if you're poor longer, you
know how to
can
fight.
Yeah.
You learn how to fight.
Yeah.
You learn how to fight. Well, here's one kind of appropriate for today as Coach Mack goes for Dana Altman's record from Rick. You get to organize the press conference for Nebraska's new AD. What oddly uncomfortable Nebraska sports thing would you make that coach do? Such examples as Dana's pig suey call or Trev's crotch dance.
Listen to the audio tape.
Wait, what is Trev's crotch dance?
I don't know.
What is this? What?
I don't know.
So wait, we're making the coach do this?
Yeah.
So to prove fealty to the program?
Yeah.
Great question.
I would make him listen to the audio tape.
As what not to do?
Yeah.
In front of the entire media contingent.
Yep, I would just play it in front of everybody.
That would be legitimately hilarious. So you're like, now you have to listen to the audio tape with all...
I mean, Nebraska, the one, and I guess some people think it's annoying, is the go big red, go big red.
Yeah, that is pretty annoying.
Because that's pretty much...
It was really annoying if it's a ringtone for some people. You could hear it from across the building.
Oh my gosh.
Wearing a corn head?
That'd be pretty embarrassing if you were an AD or if you were a new coach.
What are some other oddly
stupid
specific Nebraska things?
What if they what if they do that?
Yeah, I guess.
Did name all the Heisman Trophy winners. What are the things that we love our coaches doing around here? I don't know. I feel like things are changing. It's not as much like, suck up to the history as it used to be.
Matt Rule does a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, he just does it because that's his natural state of being.
Sure.
Are you calling Matt Rule a suck up?
Well, a little bit. In terms of that stuff, he is.
I don't know if he's sucking up. I think he appreciates the history.
Yeah, for sure.
When he was at Carolina, did he suck up to the history of the Panthers?
Yeah, he was probably like, man, remember Kerry Collins when he went to the NFC Championship game in 1996? And they were like, yeah, barely, but sure. Thanks. Thanks, coach. Sam writes, the reason why the Dana Pig Suey thing is so funny is it runs counter to every understated Midwestern bone in his body. Yeah, that was incredible.
Well,
he came back to Creighton.
It also just it's just so not Dana.
It's so weird. So weird.
It just
and that's
wasn't.
John's conference. Those are John's people. I mean, I guess Fremont, Fayetteville. I can see it.
We got a lot of great traditions in our conference. A lot of great conference, like winning football.
Oh, interesting.
Great football,
hey, John.
Turning out NFL players on the reg.
Hey, John, which conference has the defending national champion again in football? Which league is that?
That didn't cheat? The SEC.
Which league has the defending national champion, Nick?
SEC.
Oh, that's right. It's Michigan from the Big Ten.
The big cheaters.
Plus, they have the better commercial. I want to live forever.
It is a better
No,
commercial.
that is a dumb commercial.
It's a great song.
You know what the SEC's commercial is?
A fart.
It's just a guy. It's just a guy walking up to his screen and throwing up the finger and saying, "Take that, Big Ten, you suck."
It's a guy punching a baker in the face. I hate your cupcakes.
Zach says, make the coach walk to the podium and yell, "Stand up and shout!" Ouch! That would be awesome.
All right, there you go. There you go.
It's game time.
I think we found it.
Stand up. It's game time.
What if he had to throw the bones and then Jack was there to judge if he threw the bones properly?
No, the 3-and-out bones. He just throws the 3-and-out bones.
Yep. Oh, there you go. Yeah, because
like that.
Jack Mitchell will be out on that coach lickety split.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, this coach is dumb. Can't do that.
Correct. He says
3-and-out.
Eating a runza in red striped overalls while listening to the Killigans.
That is very specific and very good. That's a very good one. And then everyone can boo the
All
song
of those things
sucks.
are perfectly acceptable in decent society, especially eating the runza and listening to the Killigans.
What if he had to sing the Big Ten commercial song? I want to live forever. Buy a boat out in the sea.
It's the dumbest damn thing. That
It's
people
such
like.
a good
It is
song.
the
People like
dumbest
it, so
thing that
John
people like.
dislikes
the
it.
conference that
everyone hated it.
ruined college sports by just, hey, let's just blow up the Pac-12.
If everybody
let's just
else
blow up everything, and now you're going to celebrate
If
it.
everybody else hated it, he'd be like, this song rules.
They didn't blow up the Pac-12, John. The teams chose to leave the Pac-12.
The teams left behind the bomb.
There's nothing stopping a team like Creighton from joining the Pac-12.
Yeah, John, there's nothing stopping them except for
How
not
about the
having
fact
football.
that the Pac-12 doesn't exist?
That too. They also need a football program, Nick.
That would help.
Bring it back.
It's been a
Well,
while.
speaking of the Big
Marcus.
Ten, I look forward to how Josh is going to spin this for his conference because the
Okay.
dirty little secret is out.
Oh.
But first, a reminder that Week 10 and the final week of $25,000 four-quarter pick'em is open for all. Last chance to make picks and win $2,500. Last week, Holly, that's right. The women scoring a victory
Our buddy
for their
Holly.
greatness won $2,500. You could be next and you could be last because this is the last one.
Yeah. Imagine not having already signed up for 1620 the email and getting access to the early opportunity to pick all these games.
No.
We still will do great contests with 1620 the email.
Sure we
So
will.
also
We will.
subscribe to that as well.
Sure we will. So sign up and make your picks today at 1620thezone.com.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. We all know the toughest games happen in the SEC and not the pillow soft cupcake conference known as the Big Ten. Make Circus Sports Iowa your home for real football with teams like Vanderbilt and Kentucky. Tight money line splits, all the props you could ask for, and of course, I already mentioned the props, the live in-game lines that update every single break. Some of the SEC games on the slate for this weekend you can play along with. Missouri is plus 360 to beat South Carolina. Tennessee, plus 325 over Georgia. And Texas, minus 550 over the extremely tough Arkansas. Whatever team you want to play it with Circus Sports Iowa. And of course, when you do win a lot, then Circus Sports Iowa won't limit your account like some of the other guys like to do. They have an incredible customer support full of real people and not AI also, by the way. Download your new sportsbook today. Download Circus Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Blue Jay basketball coming up tonight. Austin Jacobson's about ready to take the helm here in about 37 minutes with Blue Jay shoot-around, and we'll have coverage.
You can't say in about and then give the exact time. You should have said in about 40 minutes or in about 30 minutes.
No, I said about because...
Or about 35 minutes also would have been good.
Yeah, but 37 minutes is the exact time in which he will actually take over.
No, it's actually not because there were seconds. You had to consider the seconds.
Ah.
Anyway, we'll have coverage from the court side starting at 7:30. Tip-off is at 8. And again, Matt going for history tonight, win number 328 at CU.
Sam writes, John, did you know Jack in the 90s? I can't even think of what he'd be like when football was a dynasty and basketball was a perennial March Madness team.
No,
Jack was
I
a tiny baby in the 90s.
I didn't meet Jack until the mid to late 2000s when he came to Carolina.
Oh, interesting.
Jack Mitchell.
For some reason,
I'm 17.
For some reason, I thought John and Jack just had a very long history.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, it's
starting in the 90s.
It's barely longer than John and my history. It's pretty wild.
I don't want to get existential right now, John. Don't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll save that for the 30th anniversary.
Ugh.
Not quite 20 years yet. Yeah.
Wow. I've known John for
I just remember when at the point, because we were in a transition period, I was transitioning out of the morning show because I was also doing PD work and all, and it was way up.
You were sleepy.
And,
you was busy.
And so basically I was just the fill-in morning show guy. And I was just desperate for anyone to be hired. So when my boss at the time, Mark Halverson, said, yeah, I found somebody. He's a former attorney. He could have said he's a former garbage collector. He's a former, guy who takes care of the giraffes at the zoo. He lives in the gutter. It wouldn't have mattered. I was like,
sounds good.
Great. Super. When's he start?
Good, great, grand, wonderful. And now here you are.
And then he's like, he starts in about 37 minutes.
And then we found out because I would still come in and like just do a quick sports cast for him or, stuff like that. So I was in the building, and off the air, we just started talking about the goofy things that, we talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And
he became best friends.
And found out that his idiot savant level of knowing the little minute details of Nebraska football
yours
was similar to mine.
Mm-hmm.
And we connected on that level. It was just like,
then they became besties.
And then
sleepovers, pillow fights,
and then we
Wang nachos.
We both enjoyed doing Chip Carey impersonations. And
who's Chip Carey?
Chip Carey is the son of Harry Carey, who is the late broadcaster of the Atlanta Braves.
What's a Chip Carey impression?
Well, he kind of had this funny voice, and so
it does sound like something John and Jack
during
would do.
commercial breaks, sometimes it'd be like someone would just get a wild ear and go,
I don't know if I've ever known this.
David Justice. We just randomly list off, because guys like to randomly list off things.
Guys
randomly list off old Braves. Claudel Washington.
Mm.
And just do that. So we just.
I think we should just do a naming dude segment.
We've done it before. I'm happy to do it again. It's a great crossover.
Well, we've all suspected this. We've all kind of believed it. But now it's out there from Ryan Glass-Steagall, who writes for the New York Post. The shocking reason why Ohio State and Michigan don't play late season night games.
Shocking.
I'll just read from the story. In a peculiar arrangement, both Ohio State and Michigan have stipulations in their TV deals with Fox, CBS, and NBC that they cannot be assigned to play at night in the final 3 weeks of the regular season, sources told the Post. The Buckeyes and Wolverines could choose to accommodate a request to play at night late in the season, but Michigan hasn't agreed to that in the last 2 years.
Stupid.
Is it because of their weenies?
Basically. And they talk at one point, there's a quote, it's from Gene Smith, right, John? The quote that I have here, I didn't.
Yeah, Mean Gene.
He says, we will not do it in the future home. This is the Ohio State athletic director. We might do it away. If a colleague calls from another school and said, hey, would you be willing to play a night game at our place? We have to make that call. Both athletic directors have to agree on that. So usually I would talk to Ryan Day and see if we're interested in doing that, and we'll say yes or no. But it depends on who it is, where it is, or what time our team might get back. They always play a role into their plan. If there's a second Saturday in November and we're somewhere and our team doesn't get back until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, that might be a problem. Reading later in the story.
Which is incredible because
Everybody else has to do it
too.
Another quote. This is the writer of the story.
Mr. Glass-Steagall?
Yeah. Other schools currently have limitations that are not as draconian. Penn State, Wisconsin, and Michigan State are among schools that have a finite amount of late season games that they are able to be assigned at night, sources said. A Michigan rep confirmed to the Post that the school will not be assigned late season night games. So we've talked about this before, that we've assumed this because we've heard about it. What's the phrase, John, that they use? There's like a very specific word that they use inside of this story in terms of why it's not permissions. It is, gosh, now I'm going to look for it because we've talked about it with Nebraska and why.
Is it tolerance?
Tolerance. Thank you. We've talked about tolerances before. And so we knew that Michigan would not ever play a Friday game. They're not going to host one. They're not going to play one, period. Ohio State has played in Friday games, so we know that they will. Penn State has. Obviously, Nebraska has. All the new teams have. So we knew that. This, though, that now still in an era of night games on NBC at least once a week, the Big Ten Network as well on top of that. Reading again from the story, when NBC entered the fold with a set primetime game each week, the conference had to go to each school and see what the contingencies would be. And Ohio State and Michigan would not budge on having veto power over the night games. This is ridiculous. They are paid so much money. They are paid so much money by these networks, and in particular by NBC. And they are allowed to say no. And that is unreal. Can you imagine if the NFL would allow such a thing?
Never.
That they would, the Steelers are like, hey, sorry, NFL, it's a little cold. The Chiefs, it's a little cold at Arrowhead in December. We're not willing to play a night game.
It's a little cold at Arrowhead in January.
Yeah, we're not willing to have any fans lose their limbs. It would be unreal if they said that, because it'd be like, tough luck, Buttercup. You're playing, and we're going to put you in prime time. These are the biggest brands in the whole league. Michigan and Ohio State, the biggest brands in the whole league, and among the biggest brands in the entire country. And because they might get home late, like everybody else has to deal with, they won't do it. It's pathetic. And it's pathetic that the league allows it to happen.
Well, I mean, and I know people have poo-pooed this in the past, but these are the types of things and the allowances that are allowed to happen.
Yeah.
Don't just assume because you're in the gated community known as the Big Ten that you're going to be there forever. It's obvious who runs this league. And if those two schools decide to do anything different, if they decide to flex their muscle, and they do it on something as, we'll call it, as trivial as television.
I would say it's fairly trivial.
But if it comes to other push where all of a sudden Michigan and Ohio State say, look at all the TV ratings we bring in and the money. We should probably get a bigger share of the pie than the rest of you.
Yeah, put yourselves in primetime then, you little babies.
Well, but that's the whole point. They can do it because they can get away with it.
Because they get away with it because people allow them to do it. And Jordan points out Ohio State fans are pissed they're having another noon game instead of a night game. So
yeah, blame yourself.
This week has been really interesting. I don't know how much you paid attention to it, but something must have happened where Joe Klatt felt the need to respond, because they were on Big Noon the last couple of weeks. They have another noon game. We went over it and fired up for football, brought to you by Warhorse earlier today on the Grum. It's not a Fox game, but it is another big noon, or it's a noon game rather. They, of course, will finish the season with a big noon game against Indiana, and then every year the Ohio State-Michigan game is a big noon. So they're going to finish the season with 6 consecutive noon games. And I know that you have poo-pooed it in the past, like, hey, just wake up earlier and get drunk earlier. And, like, that's fine. And mostly I do agree with you. Like, you got to deal with it. Television does move the needle. But if I am an Ohio State fan, I'm like legitimately angry about this. One of the things that is fun about the football is that in theory your team plays at a variety of times. Sometimes you have early, sometimes you have mid-afternoon, sometimes you have a primetime game. It's pretty ridiculous for that fan base that, like, they are playing in the biggest games, but because of the league that they're in, the biggest games are actually at noon. And that, I understand it from Fox's perspective. But this is on top of that. This is a different thing where it is their school, their athletic director, they're the people in charge of them who are saying no. And I don't know how Michigan fans feel if this year they suck, so they're probably like, actually keep us off of primetime. But I wonder if they're also like, we wish that we could also play.
Michigan seems like the kind of fan base where it's like, this is the way that Bo wanted it done, and this is the way we're going to do it.
I couldn't agree with you more, John. I remember talking to a Michigan fan probably 10, 15 years ago who didn't bring up Bo, but he said, I don't want the games to be at night. I like the games being, at noon, because they're on the East Coast. So you're probably right about that. But I feel for Ohio State fans. But
if you want to blame somebody, blame Ohio State.
Exactly.
Blame your own school.
Yeah, for sure.
Coming up in content, we have...
I should probably send that to you guys. Sorry.
Some basketball.
Yeah, Nick, get it to us, please.
Some hockey.
What? Hockey?
And other stuff. On 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
I did unplug it.
Oh,
I
no.
know why. I know
Okay.
why. I know why. The little start camera.
There it is.
Look at that.
Sorry. Hi.
Look at that.
Together. Hi, Nick.
Hello, Nick.
I want you to do that voice for the rest of the show.
If I wasn't doing a game tonight, I would acquiesce, but I can't.
Duke head coach John Shire
Nailed it.
says the program is going to take a hard look at the team's cramping issues. Why do you think this is happening? Bananas?
If I get a chance, I'd like to ask Jeremy Anderson, Creighton strength coach, about this tonight, because watching that game last night, it's just like, oh, there's another guy down, another. It keeps showing guys at the end of the bench stretching out. It's like, what is going on here? It's not like you're playing an early season football game in the extra heat and humidity.
Correct.
You're playing in an climate controlled building.
Got to be in shape,
It
right?
just seemed very, very weird for this to be happening.
Take it from a runner who runs a lot.
Is it bananas?
I eat a banana every morning.
How much could it cost? $10?
And I drink a lot of
banana in the tailpipe.
And I drink a lot of water. So have a banana, drink a lot of water. You should be good to go. That's what I recommend.
Or noon.
Or noon. I'm not a big fan of noon. Yeah.
I like some of it.
All right, that's good. Big noon, you're not an Ohio State fan, apparently.
Yesterday, we discussed the hot start for the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA. Today, it's the Winnipeg Jets.
Jets!
With their 6-3 win over the Rangers on Tuesday, the Jets become the first team to win 15 of their first 16 games. They became the fourth team since 1967 to 1968 to lead the NHL in goals for and against per game through their first 15 games. They've scored 5 or more goals in half their games. Are the Jets about to become the GOAT?
Hard to argue anything else. And me, as the official hockey watcher of Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone in all totality, I will say this. The Jets are going to be great. They also don't have Aaron Rodgers, which is a positive.
Right now, they are 6 points clear of the next best record in the league, and 7 points clear of the Minnesota Wild for the best record in the West. Their goal differential is plus 39.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
The next nearest appears to be the Carolina Hurricanes at plus 23. This is wonderful. If this finally gets our sport to be won by our country, Canada.
Oh, John likes Canadians now?
Well, but then other people will get
Canadians.
into
They're good
Canada
people.
at the end of the season, and then he'll be like, actually, I like Southern hockey more. It's going to happen. We all know it's going to happen. You're going to be a fan of the Florida Panthers.
I do like Southern hockey, Southern Canadian hockey. My Montreal Canadiens.
Nice.
Very south in Canada.
Go Red Wings, baby.
It is really confusing to me that the hot states are the best at hockey.
But it's just random. Hockey's a random sport. It's a pretend sport, I think.
It's not real.
No.
What?
NBA group play has started for the NBA Cup.
Oh!
How nice is it to see those god-awful courts once again?
Dude, I saw some highlights this morning, and I was like, nope, I'm not going to watch these highlights. They're bad.
I do have a limit, and that's the limit.
Wow.
Put trees on the court, but don't do whatever the hell that is.
no.
If even Nick hates the courts, then you know you got a problem.
Yeah, no kidding.
Big problem, NBA. What are they doing?
Here's what I'm hoping, because remember, these games do count in the regular season.
Yes.
And if we want to successfully hang banner 19, we'd like to win at least 70 games this year in the regular season.
Boo.
I hope that our great Celtics win the NBA Cup, and when it's time for the trophy presentation, they just send their trainer over and just kind of grab it off the pedestal
Bill Belichick?
and like just walk off with it and drag it along the floor behind them.
They won't
And it just
win
makes that
They're
awkward metal against wood just
They're not
sound
like
as
the
it
GOAT
drags
Lakers who won it last year, added to their trophy case.
Hang the banner.
Uh-huh, exactly.
And then I hope the Celtics put the trophy up on eBay for auction and a Lakers fan buys it and says, well, at least we won something.
Wow.
Here's a DM I sent to you guys today.
You're going to read DMs that you send to us?
I mean, you didn't read it anyway,
Can't believe
so
you
I'm going
said
to say
that about
it now.
our coworker.
Japanese Yahoo reports that Shohei Ohtani is meeting with Tony Clark to talk about MLB players participating in the 2028 Olympics. John, grab your soapbox and tell us why you hate this.
Why do you hate this? Don't you love baseball? Don't
I
you
love baseball.
Celebrating America?
You know what? I'd just rather watch Major League Baseball. I don't want the Major League season stopping in the middle randomly for some stupid crooked international tournament.
Crooked?
Well, it's the Olympics. Come on, these people are crooked.
Yeah, hard to argue that.
I mean, do I like the
do whatever?
I like baseball.
Yeah,
you're a freak.
Australian baseball starts tomorrow.
What are you freak?
You can watch it for free on Baseball Plus.
No, I would never do that.
And besides, if I'm
Giants.
if I'm the Dodgers right now,
Australia.
do I want my Fabergé egg out there playing extra games that don't mean anything? There's a good chance he might get another owie.
By that point, he'll have 3 more World Series, 4 more MVPs.
By that point, maybe he'll have robot arms. He'll be Robotani.
Yeah, it'll be like Luke Skywalker.
Oh, so he'll be illegal.
Nah, that's allowed by then.
Yeah, that's true. The DH didn't allow that.
Check out this sick shirt some dude ordered from Fanatics. It celebrates the Dodgers World Series championship with the signatures of all the guys on the team. There's John Gray. There's Austin Hedges. There's Aroldis Chapman. Wait a minute. These aren't the Dodgers at all. These are last year's Texas Rangers.
I love making fun of Fanatics. We are
I do
entering
too.
into one of my favorite seasons of the year, and that is the Christmas season, which is great for many reasons, including the music, but also when people post their crappy gifts from Fanatics and how they ruin stuff.
Remember when John Gray was on the Rockies?
Nope, I do not. I don't even know who John Gray is. Is that a real person, or is this a pretend character
he was
from
a member
Angels
of
in the
last
outfield?
year's Texas Rangers.
Seems like a fake.
Who now apparently
John
is a member of the
Gray,
Dodgers.
who is his teammate? Michael Blue.
Don't talk about Michael Blue, Josh. He's gone through a lot. He's going through a slump.
Yeah, he's blue. He's blue about his play. Nick is holding a baseball while he's doing the show. What is going on?
It's just a squeeze toy.
It's my emotional
Why are you
support
making
baseball.
fun of John Gray's name?
I don't know who he is.
Who's your best friend?
Babe Ruth.
Ross Dixon?
I don't know who that is. Did you see the announcers, by the way, real quick, and over
No.
the weekend? They kept holding footballs. I saw Charles Davis. He was holding a football coming out of the half. Chris Collinsworth on Sunday holding a football. I think Troy Aikman was holding. Did they get a memo from Raj? Hold a football, please.
MLB announcers do that.
They do love holding baseball.
I
Football's
hold
so cumbersome, though.
Maybe there was like some inside joke between the fraternity.
That
or
would
something.
surprise me. Maybe what if a basketball
Some kind of
announcer was
sign
hold
of solidarity.
Bring
That
a
does-
basketball to the game tonight and hold it while you call. The Jays going down the floor.
That does sound
Well,
like
at
a
least
bit.
I would have something to throw at Mac when he gets in it. Get away!
That does sound like
Hit
a
him in
bit
the back.
like Kevin would be on board with.
Oh, yeah.
I could see Kevin just holding a
holding
football.
random balls. Sports balls.
Every time he comes back from break,
He
it's
just has a different
ball.
It's a volleyball in his hand.
You won't have an excuse not to find the NCAA Volleyball Sweet 16 and Elite 8 rounds on television. ESPN2 will have 2 full days of quadruple header coverage of the regional semis on Thursday and Friday, with 2 Saturday regional finals on the Deuce and other 2 Sunday on ABC and ESPN. Victory for volleyball, the Omaha Supernovas.
Well, the
People
Supernovas
forget.
can't be in this
No,
tournament.
they can. It's a different one.
This is college, Nick.
Volleyball.
This is good. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Huge for the sport.
I mean, 2 quadruple days, and then you get some. The ABC is going to put on a volleyball regional final opposite NFL football,
Yeah.
and the other one will be on ESPN.
Massive for the growth. We talk about it with Kirsten Bernthal Booth pretty much every time we have her on.
Yeah.
And this is what they've been fighting for years.
Yes.
And it's finally happening. And the audience is following along. I imagine they will continue to follow. Obviously tough to go against the NFL, but, it is that time of year.
Here's something we haven't talked about at all. And I'm sad that we're talking about it now, but
Oh.
I feel like we have to.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The big boxing match on Netflix on Friday.
Oh.
Do you plan on watching any of the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight?
I will not watch a single solitary second, Nick.
I hope one of their faces turns into orange juice.
Wait, this is on Netflix.
Yep.
And it's not a pay-per-view.
Nope.
So if you're a Netflix
if
subscriber,
you're subscribing to Netflix,
Well, that's
it
what
is
I mean.
kind of a pay-per-view.
right? But there are
pay.
like pay-per-views on ESPN Plus, so you have
Correct.
to play.
No, you
pay
can
extra
just
for.
watch this. Netflix is just doing this.
I mean,
Are you now going to watch it, John? You don't have anything better to do on a Friday night? Friday night's a great night for football, not boxing.
Well,
That's not how the song goes.
I've got the 2 TVs. I can put the UCLA Washington game on one TV and the Netflix on the other.
Yeah, I won't watch.
Just out of curiosity, if I remember.
If you remember.
Listen, it's one of the rare times I can actually watch one of those quote unquote big boxing events.
Yeah, are people excited for this?
I'm
It's a-
sure
it's a-
like Jake Paul's 12-year-old fans are stoked.
And Mike Tyson's 40-year-old fans?
Yeah.
Shout out to them.
I hate the Pauls so much.
Yeah, you're
I've
not a
got
fan.
so much disdain for that whole
Yes, jeez.
those people. John,
like
they're
and
bad
subscribe to
people.
our YouTube page, please.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Like and subscribe.
We don't do problematic things or post videos of Japanese forests.
You know what we do, though?
What's for dinner?
We do that
Hell
indeed.
yeah.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Okay, well, at the arena, which means it could be anything.
Pizza?
I mean, it's been pizza.
Sandwiches?
Taco bar?
It's been pizza the last couple of times. So I don't know if we've completely decided to go all the way back to strictly Godfathers. I mean, last couple of years, there was different things like taco bar. I think you mentioned had some other things catered in.
You ever have Picklemans, John? Sometimes at the women's games, we have Picklemans.
I love Picklemans.
I'm trying to remember. I'm sure we have. I have had Picklemans before, and Picklemans is a very good sandwich. So we'll see. The mystery will be revealed.
If you get any of those cookies, could you bring one for me? Could you just steal one for me?
The Kookaburra cookies,
Oh
Nick?
my gosh, yes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we had one. Was it for I think it was for the scrimmage against Purdue.
What?
It's the only time we've had them.
I love them.
Those cookies
But
are great.
my guy Nelson, he hooked me up with a cookie. So yes, if there's one there, I will bring it back for you.
Thank you.
Wow, what a nice guy. Nick or John, what did you have last night?
Little bacon wrapped turkey breast medallion.
Bacon wrapped turkey breast. Interesting.
Yeah, with rice.
That sounds so
salad.
good. Why are you? What's your tone? What's this tone?
I mean, they're fine. They're
Wow.
fine. I just
Interesting.
prefer my turkey with gravy.
Nice.
stuffed
Thinking about Thanksgiving.
cranberry sauce.
But the fact that's in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
God, it's so fast.
I last night I mentioned it. I was gonna have leftovers. Everyone was being very critical. All I do is have burrito bowls. Blah blah
Yep.
blah.
Yep.
Tonight, breakfast for dinner. I think I am I'm leaning tacos. I'm leaning breakfast tacos, but I have not totally decided on if I'm committing to that or some other form of a breakfast sandwich. But I got some bacon. I'm going to put a little cheese in there, maybe some jalapenos, maybe cook up some tots as well. Shall be delicious. So a little breakfast for dinner tonight.
Nice. Last night we had some breaded chicken breast on, and she had cut it up into strips and put it on salad with like this berry vinaigrette. It was very good. I'm on my own tonight, and I think sandwiches are the new rice. I'm on a mad sandwich kick lately. I'm going to find a sandwich.
Sandwiches are the new rice.
Have you heard about this? Have you seen this?
Oh.
The $1 Million Whopper contest?
Huh?
No.
Apparently they did an online contest where you could have up to 8 ingredients to create the $1 Million Whopper. Apparently the winner's getting $1 million. And starting yesterday, all 3 are apparently available at Burger Kings across the country, and folks get to vote on which one's their favorites.
Well,
the finalists are the Maple Bourbon Barbecue Whopper, which has the maple bourbon barbecue sauce, bacon, crispy jalapenos, onion strings, maple bacon seasoning, along with American cheese.
Wow.
Sounds like kind of just a basic barbecue burger, right? Kind of, sort of.
Yes.
The other one.
Ooh, one of these I really like, John.
Is the fried pickle ranch.
Oh. Yes. This sounds awesome.
This has pickle fries, a pickle ranch sauce, bacon, lettuce, and Swiss cheese.
Holy crap.
That sounds really tasty. I would eat that.
And the third one is the Mexican street corn Whopper, which is, where is it at?
I got it for you, John.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, street corn spread, lettuce, tomatoes, Southwest Seasons tortilla crisps, and spicy queso.
And how about this? So I'm looking at the official Burger King website for this contest. So first of all, so they're doing the $1 million thing. You can get the Whoppers for just $1.
Whoa!
Starting, was it tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow. Wow! Holy crap!
I mean, they were made available in the restaurants yesterday, according
Okay.
to MASH.
All right, perfect. Oh yeah, here it is.
How do you
Starting
get it
November
for $1?
12th,
I bet
members
you
of
have to
the
download the
Royal Perks loyalty program. All right. Well, I kind of want to join it just for this, but how about this, John? So on the website, they mention who created these sandwiches. So the fried pickle one, Fabian from California. The maple bourbon one, Calvin from California. But how about this? The Mexican street corn Whopper, Kelsey from Nebraska. Is that friend of the Grum, Kelsey?
Kelsey?
How about that? That'd be awesome if it was our Kelsey.
But why wouldn't she tell us these things?
Maybe she had to sign,
it has to be a different Kelsey, right?
Maybe she had to sign a royal NDA. You know, the King's Knights were going to come after her.
I will tweet out a link right now if anybody wants to check this out.
Hang on, I'm looking here. Hang on. I thought I saw something on that. On the identity. Burger King winner number 3. Other writers. Gosh, I'm looking. I thought I saw something here.
I might have to change my answer for tonight. Burger's a sandwich, right?
Burger is a sandwich, Nick.
That pickle ranch is calling my name.
According to the Mashed article, each of the 3 burger builders, who will be identified only by first names for privacy reasons, were flown separately to Miami for the $1 Million Burger experience, which included a helicopter tour of the city and some time in the test kitchen where they helped shape and build their final creations.
Holy
if this is our girl, man. But I'm guessing she's probably under some kind of NDA.
Yeah, maybe she is.
You don't want the Burger King Knights to come after you. The Burger King's Guard.
So you can get this for $1 if you got the app.
Nick, you love downloading apps. Are you going to download the app so you can get it for $1?
I might. I might break my principles for this one.
Awesome.
This could be a fun crossover taste test thing.
Hey, I was going to say, I think we need to bring back Taste Test Wednesday. We might have to do this.
I think we need to do this, Nick. See if you can find out for sure, because maybe I hope you don't have to have like so many points in the Burger King Club to get these for $1.
No, I just tweeted it out, John. I know you're getting ready for the game, so you probably won't have a chance to read it. But on here it does say, let me scroll back up. Okay, starting November 12th, members of the Royalty Perks loyalty program can claim a $1 Whopper sandwich through the offers tab. So I think
Okay.
all you got to do is download the app, and then you could claim it. We have to do this.
We have to.
All right, Nick, here's the deal. Friday, you download the app.
Okay.
You download the app, I download the app, and we all
I'll pay you
get one
back for
individual.
whatever it costs to get these burgers.
$1?
Well, I mean,
You can
I don't
probably
know.
only get one
I don't know
for
if you only get one for $1 and have to pay full price for the others. Whatever it is.
Okay.
And bring them in, and we'll try them during the crossover.
Hell
Let's do
yes. We're doing this.
Creighton basketball coming up next.
Bye.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center,